All rise for the invocation and pledge of allegiance, please.
As chaos reigns in the world, let us pray for the protection of the people of Israel and Ukraine. And Deuteronomy 6:5-9, which is a part of the Hebrew Torah, says in their prayer, Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eliyato, Adonai Echad, Baruch Shem Kovod, Machuto, Laom Layed. And our friends in Ukraine, Tudis das Visislav, Lesichikohom Nedimia Buji, Diskurvate, Slava Ukraini. Invincible Creator, burn bright in the hearts and desire for efficiency and productivity, propel us towards constructive dialogue, precision and timing, and the wisdom to adhere closely to the agenda. Breathe upon us your divine energy so we remain steadfast and driven, ensuring fruitful discussions during our City Council meeting. Let not a moment be wasted, but use wisely towards progress. Imbue us utilitarian sensibilities that foster practical solutions for our city's prosperity. In yield of beneficial outcomes, we humbly implore your guidance and intervention. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge of allegiance to the American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now to the Texas flag.
On to Texas flag, I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God,
One and indivisible. And God bless Texas.
God bless Texas. Now say that in Hebrew.
Y'all ought to talk to your kids about that one because I think they know it.
I knew it was coming.
Tell them
It's good.
we did our best.
All right, very good. Thank you, Councilman. Moving into our agenda item number 2, this is our public comment section. Mr. Alexander?
Thank you, Mayor. We have Laura Grennan here to speak.
Would you like me to stand here?
Right
If you'd
here,
like
ma'am.
to take the lectern, just state your name and your address, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and esteemed councilman. I'm Lori Grennan, 120 James Drive, and I've come tonight just to give the staff kudos. And many times we come up with problems and complaints, and I wanted to just give a heartfelt thanks to your staff for helping us with we're longtime residents, have a property that had 50-year-old pipes, clay pipes that had separated, not to get into the weeds with sewer lines and plumbing, but we had our local plumber here, who's also a resident of Heath, try to work around a 50-year-old live oak tree that my husband planted. And the first staff member that I came across that really saved the day was Lisa Price. She got the inspection team out there very quickly so we could cover the roots back and try to save our tree. And then we discovered there was a problem on the city's side also. Mike Shook then personally came and tried to help us solve the problem. It was a pretty complex problem, and we ended up with the Director of Public Works, Brian Creed, and he was just tremendous. He personally oversaw the solution, and really we're just so thankful. It was, that's the only reason why I came. So thank you.
That's awesome.
Well, touche, and thank you for that. It means a lot to everybody to get to hear that great feedback, so thank you. Mr. Alexander?
We have Kelly Outland.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Kelly Outland, FM 550 and Pullen Road, and I'm here on behalf of Hellfines Communities Enterprises to invite you guys for a warm invitation to our grand opening for Horizon Lakes. It's a master plan community located in the intersection of FM 550 and Pullen Road that bridges both Heath and McLendon Chisholm in Rockwall County. We are thrilled to announce the official launch of Phase 1, and it's going to be 3 builders are ready to build on that site. So Horizon Lake spans 900 acres. It will include an amenity center by the lake. We believe that this will be a real asset to the greater community. The community is tailored for move-up buyers with homes ranging from the low 500,000 to 2 million. We're breaking grounds and to have delivering home sites by 2027. Horizon Lakes is more than just a master plan community. It's about lifestyle. It's about connection. It's going to include a lot of scenic parks, pocket parks, trails, fitness center, pools, and pickleball courts. There's also going to be a dedicated space for private gatherings and outdoor celebrations. Horizon Lakes is going to be a true destination for our neighbors. So we want you guys to come tomorrow. Ceremony starts at 10. There's going to be brunch bites and welcoming ceremony and shovels for you guys. So hope to see you guys there. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good.
Oh, and we also have swag bags for you guys.
Oh, well, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you all very much.
Very good. Mr. Alexander?
That's it, Mayor.
All right. Outstanding. Moving into agenda item number 3. This is our city manager's comment section and council comments. Mr. Alexander?
Mayor, I have no comments tonight.
Very well. Council, at this time, the floor is open for any of your comments.
I have one, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman?
In the spirit of staff recognition, and thank you for doing that, I just think that's terrific. I'd also like to recognize Julie Zachary in our front office. I came in with an issue. I had a geyser in my front yard. Unfortunately, it was on my side of the meter and not the city's side of the meter. But the city responded really promptly and was able to take care of it. And Julie was able to really help with my water bill today and on the adjustment of some of the lost water. So I just wanted to pass that along, Norma, for you and the team internally to thank Julie on my behalf. She did a great job.
Very good. Thank you, Councilman. Any other comments, Council? Councilman Owen?
Yes, I just wanted to let everyone know, all the teachers out there in the city of Heath, that July 30th, so this Wednesday, 0700 to 0800, we have a teacher's prayer breakfast at the Y. It's an annual event. It's growing year over year. It's a very good way to get some prayers to our group, because we pray for those teachers the whole year long, and just want to have an invite to all of our teachers in the community.
All right, very good. What was the time on that?
7 a.m.
7 a.m. Okay.
7 to 8.
Very good. Thank you, Councilman. Anyone else? All right. At this time, we'll move into our consent agenda, agenda item number 4. 4.A, this is action regarding the minutes of July 2nd, 2025 special meeting and the July 8th, 2025 regular meeting. 4.B, this is action authorizing the city manager to contract with K Industries in the amount of $136,896 for the construction of a pickleball shade structure in Town Center Park. So I believe, Council, you've had time to review the consent agenda. So at this time, the chair will open the floor to entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
All right.
I'll make a motion to second.
All right. Motion on the floor by Councilman Moorman and seconded. Very well. All of those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Passes unanimously. All right, moving into agenda item number 5. This is items for individual consideration, discussion, and action on a resolution suspending the proposed effective date of Encore Electric Delivery Company LLC's requested rate increase. Mr. Ayers.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Very briefly, I'll present to you the resolution to suspend Encore's rate increases. And in this presentation, Encore proposed the rate increase on June 26. Briefly, I'll talk about the legal authority and regulatory responsibilities of the city. And of course, you have the resolution in front of you to suspend the rate increase. And we'll also outline the city's options and staff recommendations to answer any questions that you may have after this presentation. Encore proposed a rate on June 26. The proposed effective date is July 31st, 2025. The total increase is roughly $833 million. That's a 13% increase, and the residential impact is approximately $7 a month. With Encore being a transmission and delivery utility, they pass that on through your electric bills. So that's how that's charged. The city's legal role and authority, you have a jurisdiction over the electric rates within the city limits. And in order to prevent these increases that they're proposing, we would have to have this resolution passed by July 31st. And this is just what's all outlined in that resolution. It'll suspend Encore's proposed rate increase, and it'll be effective for 90 days. So that'll run us October 29, 2025. We'll join the Alliance of Encore cities. A few other cities that's also a part of that alliance is Kennedale, Ball Springs, Austin, and many others. We also intervene in the Public Utility Commission of Texas proceedings, and we'll also retain Hera Law and Associates as special counsel. They're reimbursed by Encore on our behalf. And if this resolution is adopted, there's no immediate financial impact. The legal and consulting fees, as I said earlier, they'll be reimbursed by Encore, and the city will continue to be a part of the ALC coalition to share legal resources. And the city will preserve the legal right and influence over the right outcomes. We just discussed this earlier. This is just pretty much a timeline on that. If you approve it today, if you approve with adoption, it'll again suspended for 90 days. We'll continue to be a part of ALC, and they'll get their reimbursements from August to October 2025. Hera Law and Associates, they'll negotiate, and between that time, possible outcomes would either be deny the increase or approve or just an increase or negotiate a settlement. Do you have any questions or comments on this resolution?
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Ayers. At this time, council, do you have any questions for staff? The one question that I do have, Mr. Ayers, is we did this last year as well, right? Yeah. What was the outcome of that after the analysis and the final?
I think it was negotiated, a negotiated settlement, but I can go and verify and come back to you with that.
Yeah. I would say definitely it needs to be a revisit after we make action tonight as well. Okay. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Councilman?
So Jay, is this an annual increase? Is this an annual occurrence, an annual taking, if you will, that Encore does on a consistent basis?
Typically, and they're actually proposing their increase. This is just based off the infrastructure that's from, I think, December 2021. They're wanting increases from, but it can be annual. It's just predicated on what Encore's position and if they feel the need for an increase at that in a given year. So.
Is there any year that they haven't taken an increase or tried to take an increase?
I can't recall off the top of my head.
I suspect none.
Yeah, I would expect, every year your costs go up, so
right.
you're gonna try to propose an increase to cover all of your expenses. So
just so I'm clear on the legal piece, we have to front and pay the charges of legal representation, and then Encore is obligated to,
No, we don't pay anything.
we don't pay
Yeah,
anything, that's covered through the
yeah.
coalition?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, they pay them directly.
Right. Is there any precedent or any case history in the state where Encore has not been effective at triggering some type of an increase for a municipality?
Um,
No, they'll get a rate increase.
Right,
Yeah, they will
right. It's
succeed in
just,
some
Yeah.
level of a rate
it's just how
increase.
much.
Right.
They're starting here to negotiate
yeah.
somewhere here.
That's right. This is our process, this is our first step in the process to try to
Right.
get that rate down.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and really is the only step we can take right now, except for letting the rates go on through. So we're exercising our original jurisdiction
Right.
and suspending these rates so they can be negotiated and hopefully a settlement reached.
Right. Is there any way to work with Encore for a multi-year view so that we don't have to just go through this every single year? Or is this just how they're structured?
Yeah, it's how they're structured, so, and I was trying to think of a year that has gone by where I haven't experienced a rate increase from Encore.
Right.
My recollection is there are years that have gone by where we didn't get a rate adjustment.
Yeah,
Or they didn't pursue a rate adjustment, but I'd have to go back and just kind of research that, get the history on it. But since this is a regulatory process and they are looking back at what their cost recovery needs to be, it's gonna be looked at annually.
Right.
As opposed to trying to group it into a one-time process where you
Got
get
it.
rate increases that you don't have to deal with in the future.
okay. Thank you both. No further questions, Mr. Mayor?
Very good.
I have a question. Well, I'm curious what other municipalities have done to negotiate these increases, I assume. If we do it every year, other cities do, and are some more successful than others?
Well, I mean, typically, I mean, you have a group, it's kind of like, with the coalition that we're part of, you have a group of cities that actually get together to, get legal representation to negotiate those rates.
Yeah.
So,
Are we optimistic about the outcome?
I don't know. Yeah.
Just
I think,
curious.
It is really the only process we can follow.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we could try to fight it on our own without being a member of a group like the AOC, or there's another one called Encore City Steering Committee, which in other cities I've been a member of, or our city's been a member of in other cities. But it's the same process. You have a consultant that reviews the rate request, you work toward a settlement, hopefully you get to a settlement. If you don't, you deny it, it ends up getting appealed to the PUC, and then they pursue their rate increase there.
All right.
Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, I just have a comment, and I kind of went over this today. To me, this goes back to our ability to have jurisdiction over what our taxpayers pay. And without doing this, we in effect say, okay, raise our rates. So I feel like it is our responsibility to allow this and to do our due diligence in protecting our taxpayers locally. So, thank you.
Okay, very good. Council, any other questions? Councilman
No,
Markey?
I just want to piggyback off of what Councilman Horn said. I think we do have a due diligence to our citizens.
Very good. All right. Thank you, Mr. Harris. All right, at this time, the chair will open the floor to entertain a motion.
I'll offer a motion.
Motion by Councilman Ownby. What is your motion?
My motion is that we approve Resolution 250722A, suspending the effective date of Encore's proposed rate increase by 90 days, authorizing legal representation, and ensuring reimbursement of expenses.
All right, very good. Motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
Second by Councilman Myers. Thank you, sir. The motion moves. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you, council. Moving into agenda item 5.b, discussion and action regarding the Town Center Park Well Number 1 bid with possible alternatives and changes to the scope of the project. Mr. Creed.
Mayor and council, thank you. As y'all know, on June 24th, we opened bids that the town had put out for well number 1, or the Town Center Park well. And so tonight we have engineers from Kimley Horn. We have Julio and Tanner. They're going to give you a presentation on next steps and help you have some deliberations and see what we're going to do moving forward. And I think Joelle is also here from Kimley Horn for support about the park more if you have any questions concerning that. But at this time, I'd like to bring those guys up here.
Very good.
Hello, Council. Hello, everyone. Like Brian said, my name is Tanner Henson, and I'll be running through a presentation talking about the Heath Waterwell number 1 project, a quick history of it, and then walking through the steps of where we got now. So starting off, Waterwell number 1 is a potable water well located in Heath's Town Center Park. It's designed to produce 700 gallons per minute of potable water, and the well depth is 3,420 feet. Like Brian said, we had the bid opening on June 24th, and we received 1 bid. Now that bid is subject to acceptance by August 23rd. So project background, this well started off, the conception of the idea was to design a well to provide irrigation water for the Town Center Park project. After that concept was created, the Heath's water bridge plan was implemented, and the desire for Heath to supplement their public water supply with potable water wells came into effect. So once that water bridge plan was determined, those 2 projects kind of overlapped. So we combined the irrigation portion of that well was combined with the public water supply portion of that well. So because of that, we tied the project schedule for the water well number project with the project and construction schedule for the Town Center Park. So water well number 1 bid at the beginning of the year with the construction manager at risk, or CMAR, of the park project. We had designed it that way to be bid with the CMAR, so that way they could continue the construction and work it into their construction schedule. However, due to the change order for that well being greater than 25% of the original contract with the CMAR, water well number 1 has to be bid separately. So because of that, we worked with Heath and we did a competitive bidding process on June 24th. So what was included in that 1 bid that we received? So bid item number 1 is mobilization, bond, insurance, and demobilization. So that's to get all the well drilling equipment on site and then take everything away after the drilling in the project is complete. 2A is for the drilling itself, as well as the site work associated with the drilling. 2B is for the groundwater well pump equipment, so that is the permanent pump and motor and everything associated with the actual moving parts that go into the well. Number 3 was temporary pumping. So the purpose of the temporary pumping was after the well is drilled, while the permanent pump equipment is getting ordered and delivered, we would have temporary pumping equipment out there that would supply water to the park, so that way it could be irrigated with that temporary pumping water while we were waiting on final pump to get ordered and delivered and installed. The next 3 items, so items 4 through 6, are to change the depth of the well and the setting depth of the well. So we designed the well based off of all the information we had available, but we're not going to know the exact well depth that the well needs to be drilled to, and we're not going to know the exact depth that that well is going to have to be screened at, or the length of that screening. So we put in those bid items to account for that, so that way if there is lower well depth or less screening needed, the city would get a credit back. We designed it conservatively, so hopefully we do end up getting back, but there is the potential that we either need more screening or need to drill a little deeper, so there would be some additional cost with that. Then last two items, 7 and 7A, there were two electrical designs for this project, and that just gave the option for the bidders to bid on those two different electrical designs. So 7A was our base bid, and then, or 7 was the base bid, and 7A was our alternate bid. So the alternate came in cheaper for this one, so the total amount for this bid with the alternate was $8,635,000. So from looking at this bid, the drilling and the site work came in at a fair price, and I have a slide right after this where I'll break that down for y'all. But the electrical and instrumentation price came in significantly high. Something else to note here was that this bid did not include the treatment facilities that will ultimately be needed to deliver water to the potable system. So comparing the project to a nearby project, we were tasked with getting some data points on comparing the price of the drilling and trying to figure out where the price increase came from. So to break down the drilling and help paint the picture of how we came to the determination that the drilling price was fair was there was a public well drilled in municipal utility district number 10 nearby. That well, the bid date for that well was in 2023. It had the same depth as the well that we designed. It had a slightly smaller borehole diameter and a significantly smaller screen diameter. The flow rate pump tested to just right around 500 GPM, and it did not include any site work. So as you can see from the cost of that well to our the bid that was received for our well, there was just under 50% increase, and we broke that down to the different factors up there. So the cost for increasing that flow rate by 200 GPM means we needed to have a larger pump, a larger motor for that pump, as well as that additional screen diameter. Also, with the amount in the bid for water well number 1 was site work was included with that. So that included the wellhead, all the discharge piping, the valves, meters for both the potable water system and for the irrigation water, all the associated fittings connecting to the water lines that the CMAR is constructing, gravel for the site, structural pads for the electrical equipment and for the valves and fittings, a screening fence, and a gate. So after that bid came in, we took a step back and took a look at what it would look like to now separate those two construction schedules. So the main feedback we got from drillers and from electrical contractors was that the aggressive schedule that we had proposed to meet the needs of the park project made them have to increase their price due to additional risk that they would take and also lead times on ordering the electrical equipment. We worked with the council's Water Bridge Plan Committee, and we were tasked with assessing that separation of those two projects. So by separating those two projects, our goal is to serve both the needs of the Town Center Park by making sure that the park is completed in a timely manner and has the irrigation water that they need, as well as looking longer term with the Water Bridge Plan and serving the city's public water system with these water wells. So next, I wanted to talk about what it would look like for drilling before versus after the park is complete. So this is one of the items that Julio will go over in his slides when he'll go through some of the construction schedules for the different paths forward that we've pulled together for y'all. With that, we want to reduce any negative impacts in the well construction on the park. So the options will show, or one of our options shows what it would look like to rebid the project and have the drilling completed still on not as aggressive as a schedule that we had, but the primary purpose of that is allowing the electrical more time. So that way the project, or the well can be drilled, and then the drilling rig can get out of there before the park is open. So, one item we did look into was accepting only the drilling item from the current bid because we believe that it came in at a fair price, but similar to why the project had to be rebid versus the CMAR doing it in the first place, because that would be a greater than a 25% decrease on the overall bid price of the project, the park would need to be rebid. It could not just accept the drilling bid item from the current bid. So items that would need to be added to the project if drilling occurs after the park. So the temporary construction access road would need to be kept for longer. This would include partial redesign of the park for rainwater detention. The current location of that access road is where the park project is proposing a detention pond. So there would be a little bit of redesign needed for the park so it could open still with that access road there. Additionally, we would have to install sound barriers to dampen the noise pollution from the portable generators. So the drilling rig itself isn't all that noisy, but the loudest part of it is the portable generators that are used to power the drilling rig. So after the park is open, we would want to install sound barriers around that to limit that noise concern, but those sound barriers do come with an additional cost. Lastly, sodding, irrigation, and hardscape of the drilling laydown area would need to be added after the drilling is complete. Currently, that is under the scope of the CMAR with the park project, so that was not included in the price of the bid that was received, and would not be included in the price if the drilling is complete before the opening of the park. If the park is open and then they go back in and do the drilling, that additional cost to repair that area of the park would have to be included in the bid. So along with those tangible items that I just went through, there are also social and aesthetic impacts that have to be considered. I included in this slide a picture of the drilling rig that was proposed by the one bid that we received. So it's a 112-foot tall drilling rig. Again, there are noise concerns with the portable generators. Also, once they're on site, they will be drilling 24/7 for about 75 to 90 days. All right, and with that, I'll pass it over to Julio to talk about our recommended paths forward.
Thank you, Tanner. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Julio Olvera. I'm the engineer of record for this well. So the remainder of the presentation here, we're going to focus on the recommended paths forward. We have 3 shown here. For each one, we're going to discuss the advantages and some risks associated with each path, and then a schedule as well that we pulled together for that. And then we'll just end off with a summary of here's what you need to consider to move forward with the well. So first option here, first recommendation is rebid well 1 with drilling only base bid. So the advantage of this is we would relax the schedule. Again, that was the biggest concern we heard from the drillers and the electrical contractors as to why we only had one bidder, because they didn't have the rigs available. The lead times on the electrical equipment were really long, and so this would be an advantage of being able to rebid the wells, that we would be able to relax the schedule. As part of this bid, we would propose that we only have the drilling as the base bid, and then we would list out the electrical and the treatment facilities as alternate bids. And what this does is it gives the city flexibility to be able to reject that work if it's not to the market conditions that we are expecting or wanting. And similarly with the treatment facilities, if it's not to what we need, what the city needs right now, you can opt out and figure out how to do that later on. Another alternate with this as well would be we would include an alternate to do a expedited construction schedule. Again, you have the option to not do that, but at least you can see the price difference on what we are proposing as a base schedule that I'll go through here in just a little bit versus an expedited schedule. And then another advantage here is that by being able to drill first, you can confirm the quality and the quantity of water that you actually receive without having firm commitments to any of the other electrical work or any of the other treatment facilities or any of the other wells at this point. You know, as soon as you drill, you can confirm exactly how much and what type of water you'll be getting. Risk with this is it will prolong the final well completion. And then, as Tanner mentioned earlier, there would be some significant park disturbance after the park is complete. Cost may ultimately still remain or even increase. We can't control what those look like, but that is a risk that is certainly on the table. And then a risk with all of these options is that the water quality or quantity isn't what we are expecting. So the schedule for this, we could advertise this project by end of the month, July 31st. We would give the bidders about a month, 4 weeks to prepare their bids, and then that would give you enough time to be able to award the bids, if you'd like, on the September 9th council date, and then notice to proceed should be a couple weeks after that, so maybe end of September, third week of September. And then the schedule here that we're proposing as the base schedule, it would give them 8 months to mobilize and drill. This is the feedback that we're receiving, that they can plan to be able to bid on this work and actually have their rigs ready within that 8-month schedule. Other big piece of this is the electrical equipment and the pump. So that is a 12-month lead time for the standard lead time that you should be able to get a market fair price for that work, but it does take about 12 months to order that and design it and get it built. And then 2 months after that, once they get that equipment, they would be able to install it and complete the work. And so this base schedule here would have the well completed by July 2027. So recommendation 2 here is to rebid the well 1 with all the future wells, or some of the future wells. Again, the relaxed schedule with this rebid would bring in additional bidders, additional interest, more competition, and then there could be some cost savings on the economy of scale, combining this 1 well with 2, 3, or the other 6 as well. Risks are similar to rebid 1. It would extend the well completion quite a bit, and again, park disturbances after the park is complete. Again, cost may increase as we move forward in the future. And then again, the water quality could just not be what we need it to be, or what it needs to be until you have this bid done and the first well drilled. Schedule for this, kind of tight here. We had to try to fit as much as we could. But first item here would be to design the new wells. So for the purpose of this discussion, I'm just showing wells 2 and 3. Obviously, we could discuss that, how many and what makes sense. But that would take around 8 months to be able to do that. And so if we were given notice to proceed at the next council meeting, we could estimate having that done by May of 2026. And then another 2 months for the bidding and the award and notice to proceed process. And so they wouldn't start drilling the first well till July of next year. And then similarly to the rebid base schedule, we would give them 8 months to mobilize and drill for the first well. And then the 12 months, again, lead time for all the equipment, 2 months to build it. And so you'd have the first well ready by April of 2028. For the remaining wells here, we could give them 4 months since they should already have the drill on site. And the schedule here shows them moving to that next well as soon as that first well is complete. And again, the next 12 and 2 months working on that well, and then simultaneously moving on to the next well as soon as that's done. And so the wells 2 and 3 on this one would be complete August 2028 and December of 2028. Recommendation 3 is to award Water Well 1 to Hydro Resources as bid. So the advantages of this is that they can immediately begin work as soon as given notice to proceed. And they have 90 days to complete the work per the contract that they bid on. Obviously, this avoids major conflicts with the park, at least the drilling piece of it, the big heavy piece of it. And then per the schedule that's in the contract right now, they would, the city would have an additional 1 MGD, 1 million gallons of water by next summer. So the risk with this is that there is a premium price for this accelerated schedule. And again, we won't know what comes out until they drill the hole. Again, so here is the schedule for this. So if council was to award next council meeting, August 12th, we could give them notice to proceed a couple weeks after that. And then the 3 months for them to drill, so by November, they are complete, they're done drilling. And then by May of next year, or sorry, by May of next year, they'll have all the equipment in, and then another month to complete the well. And so by July of next summer, you would have a full functioning well. So as a summary of the recommended paths forward, recommendation 1 is rebid the water well 1 with a drilling only base bid, well to be complete by July of 2027. The opinion of probable construction costs for the drilling alone, we are estimating a $4.5 to $5 million range. The total OPCC for the well would be, we're estimating between 7 to 8.6 million. And then there's the treatment facilities as well that, again, what wasn't bid as part of this original contract, that we are estimating between $400,000 and $600,000. Recommendation 2, rebid well number 1 with future wells. The first well completion, April 2028. Similar OPCC between 7 and 8.6 million, and similar treatment OPCC 0.4 million to 0.6. Recommendation 3, award well number 1 to Hydro Resources as bid. Well completion July 2026. We have construction bid for $8,635,000, and again, the treatment would have to be built as before then at a cost of between $400,000 and $600,000.
Boy, do we have a lot of questions. Thank you. I will say, thank you. Great presentation. But for a conversation that we've been having for the last, year and some odd months, kind of a tough presentation. So at this time, council, the floor is open for any questions that you may have. Councilman Omby?
Yeah, first question would be, in the current bid, what is the difference between the 7 and the 7A, the alternate electrical and instrumentation?
Yep, so the difference between those two has to do with the voltage that's being serviced to the well. So the first one was being serviced as medium voltage from Encore. So there is additional electrical transformers and larger electrical gear associated with that to make it work with the proposed pump and motor. So the alternate bid, we are getting in low voltage from Encore. So all of the on-site equipment can stay at that low voltage, and we would just bump up the voltage with one small transformer right before sending that electricity to the pump. Because for both of them, the motor for the pump needs medium voltage. So those are the two different ways of getting medium voltage to that motor.
Very good. Very good. Councilman Dawson.
I'm gonna let other people go before I go, because I've got 2.5 pages of questions.
Let's start with the kind of obvious question number 1, right? So for the lay of the land a little bit is, Helen Wilkinson had brought to the council prior to this council after the election. This conversation's been going on. Helen Wilkinson had proposed, I believe it was 7.2. I believe the council at that time, through a lot of different discussions with staff and so on, as well as secondary evaluations with neighboring wells and those costs, the conversation was, hey, let's first off, we couldn't do it because of the change order, right, with Helen Wilkinson, so we had some requirements that we needed to meet. And then we said, okay, hey, let's go independent, right? So we're going to work with Kimberly Horn on the engineering, and then we're going to put this out to bid. And so much time has passed, it's hard to remember. So we've gone up since that time, right? So we're talking about 7.2 million, and then now we're talking about 9 million. Wow, that's amazing. I'm not really sure where the deltas are getting created, right? I understand one bidder comes in, great opportunity for one bidder, right? Yeah, accelerated timelines. You guys want us to jump through the moon, and we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out for 9 million. Okay. All right. So just wanted to lay that out there. That's kind of the elephant in the room. I guess where my question comes in is that, you know, you guys are engineers. When we put this to bid, did we expect one to come back? Did we solicit multiple companies to try to garner interest? And I don't mean just locally, I mean.
Yeah, good question. So we had reached out to all of the main well drillers in the area that are capable of drilling this well.
Quantitatively speaking.
We reached out to 4 well drillers.
4.
Yes. And they were aware of it, and again, the feedback that we were getting was that due to the accelerated schedule, either they had too much work ahead of their drilling rigs, so they wouldn't be available, or they wouldn't have a rig available to drill the well in time, or they were getting responses back from their electrical contractors saying the same thing.
Okay. And would you say that 4 is a good sum?
For this industry, yes, there's only a handful of drilling companies with the rigs available to drill down that deep that are licensed in the state of Texas.
Okay. Quantitatively speaking, would you happen to know that number? So I can put a comparison, right?
Yeah.
If we say 4, okay, 4 out of 12, 4 out of 24, 4 out of 52, you know, because ultimately I think, I'm just speaking on behalf of the council and really all the residents is, you know, hey, we need the water. We want the water. We care about this park. We want to get this done. We care about the timing of things. But we also want to make sure that we're good stewards, right? That's very, very important. So whenever we're trying to be good stewards, we have to ask ourselves, okay, well, would we do that for ourselves? If it was our own pocketbook, is that how we would view it? Would we only reach out to 4? Would 4 give us a trigger of concern to where we go, hey, there's probably going to be a problem. These bids are probably going to come in really high if we only get 1. So I guess where I'm curious on is we hired you guys as the engineering firm to do the engineering and then do the solicitations, right?
Yes.
So quantify to me what the 4 is out of the other total number of licensed drillers, if you could.
Yeah, I'm not sure that exact number, but I can find that out and get that back to you.
That would be appreciated. I think that's a real key element to, you know, making such a big decision, right?
Absolutely.
So the,
All right, Councilman Dodson?
let me add on to that, Mayor, if I can. It feels like from your presentation, the number one driver of the cost seems to be the time constraint,
Yes.
right? Do we have an idea of what an unencumbered bid would look like without that time constraint? You know, for example, if we're more comfortable with the well drilling piece, and as you mentioned, a lot less comfortable with the electrical piece, is the electrical piece 50% higher than it should? Which is material, because it's about $2 million.
It's a large number.
Right? And that's material from a fiduciary perspective, right? You know, if, as per one of your recommendations, that component was carved out and you give on time, but you pick up the financial bonding, you know, piece as well, you know, what does that do? I mean, what are your recommendations there?
Yep. So from what we looked at, again, we saw that the drilling came in at a fair price, but the electrical was significantly inflated. And to put a percentage to that, we are looking at a 25 to 50% increase on what we would have expected the bid to come in.
So the materiality of that is significant?
Yes.
Right? From an overall project perspective?
Yes.
Right, okay. Okay. So then one of your other statements was with regards to, you know, one of your risks is we kind of don't know what we're gonna get, right? But I'm not sure that that's exactly true, right? Because we've got 2 wells that have gone into Trilogy, and we talked about that in this room just a few weeks ago. And you've got 1 well at Heath Golf and Yacht that is producing a fairly high quantity down at that Trinity Reservoir, which is what we're looking to drill into at 3,420 feet. So it's not like we're flying blind that, hey, we just don't know what we're gonna get. We kinda do, because, you know, unless you just drill and miss, which is a possibility, you've got 3 wells in the area
High level of probability.
that increases the probability of success.
Yes, we have a high level.
Thus decreases the risk. And I just want the citizens to understand that this isn't a, hey, let's put 50 holes in and see which one hits. You've got a reasonable probability of success in the largest aquifer in the United States, which happens to be the Trinity that runs under this area of the country.
Yes, that's correct. Us and all of the drillers that we've talked to, some of them that have drilled the nearby wells have a high level of confidence in the well producing the quality and the quantity that we are expecting. But again, there's just no guarantee until we put that hole in the ground.
I understand that.
Can we go back a slide? Please. So it seems though, the total well cost, if we use recommendation 1, still hits at a range of 7 to 8.6 for the total thing, and it costs us about a year of completion, so 727 versus what we're being presented with this bid.
Right. And do you experience
So-
inflationary resistance due to
Right.
timing?
Right, that's my concern. We bid it with a drill only, and tariffs hit, and this happens, you know, all these things, and we end up with the same price, and it costs us a year.
I've got the same concerns. I'm extremely frustrated.
Yeah.
And it's not 8.6, it's actually
It's not.
9.2 because
Add the
you,
treatment, yeah.
because you can't drill a well without having treatment. I'm not sure why we put a bid out there without something that we know we have to have.
Because originally it was just gonna irrigate.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just follow.
I got
It's just staff
Yep, I
direction
get
on
it.
that.
I get it.
Mr. Mayor, I got a question here.
Councilman?
Y'all being engineers, what do y'all see as projected life expectancy of these pumps and motors? If we're looking at a significant cost here, what are we looking at as they're gonna last? I mean, we're looking at, we're gonna have to finance these things, and I don't wanna sit here as a council member and approve something that it's not even gonna be paid for, and then we're gonna have to start maintenance in these things, putting new pumps and motors in them.
Yeah, I mean, the pumps that we specified are high-quality pumps. My estimate is within 15 years, you'd have to do some maintenance to them, but it wouldn't be a full-on replacement.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking, if we can get 10 years out of what I'm saying, is we gotta look at cost of investment here, the return.
Yep, and as part of that bid, there was a maintenance bond as well. So over, forget off the top of my head the exact number of years it was, but if anything with the work, including the pump and the motor, goes wrong within that time frame, that would be on the contractor to fix, repair, and supply the new equipment for it.
Okay. Very good. Councilman
One
Horn?
other thing real quick, I know we talked about it in the committee meeting. Did y'all ever do anything as far as trying to come up with, we're pumping this much water out of this aquifer, I know it's huge, but you're still, anything you're gonna pump down, did you ever come up with anything as far as a rate of return that we may have to stop these things to let the aquifer fill up?
No, that's a geophysical study, and we discussed that with staff, and the direction was we don't need to do that, or can't do that.
Yep, and from the pump test of the nearby wells, we were able to get an idea of the specific capacity of that well. So for our 700 gallons per minute, we're able to estimate the drawdown that would cause in a cone of depression in the aquifer around the well. So again, similar to what I said before, we have a high level of confidence in that number, but there aren't any guarantees until we perform that pump test.
And you do have a higher rate of return on well water versus purchasing it,
Understand.
you know, indirectly from North Texas Municipal Water District, so. Very good. Councilman Dodson?
Yeah, you know, the way I see it, you know, we've got to solve for this well one individually from a timing perspective. And, you know, right now, the costs are just so exorbitant. You know, I'd be remiss to support you moving forward with option number 3 without doing some research on what the electrical piece could be negotiated down to. Because I'm also concerned about setting a precedent. If we set and we agree to a price of, God help us, 8-point-something million, then that becomes like the starting price for wells 2 through 5 or 6.
Well, I
And
think we control that, though.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily think that you're setting a precedent. I mean, you're essentially being told by the engineering firm that, hey, look, it's a timing issue.
Right.
So you're gonna pay a premium. My question that I would have is, what does that do to, potential, inflated cost on Town Center Park? Due to delays and,
right.
you know, shutting down, reopening, if that's even the scenario, or
Right.
are we okay for waiting another year? I mean, what does that cost to the CMAR?
Mr. Mayor, can I
Yes,
ask a
Council.
question?
Yes, please do.
So I'm just really frustrated by the cost and that there's only one bid, as has already been stated. And I know when I'm bargain shopping or I'm planning something, I am aggressive in trying to get those additional bids. I don't understand, and maybe you guys can tell me, why we can't seek out some of those other companies, because I was originally told it was 3 companies y'all reached out to. Now I'm hearing 4. But why can't we reach out in an expedited way to some of those additional companies to see if anyone else is interested in bidding this? Maybe you can enlighten me on how long that takes.
Yes,
And the
so,
reason she thinks there's 3 is because that's what I was told from you guys, that there were 3 contractors we spoke with. So that's where that came from, council member.
yes,
Thank
and to clarify that point, there were 3 that we were actively working with. There was another one that we had contacted that does a lot of work down in Houston, and they were not interested in making the trek up here.
Okay.
Then, I'm sorry, what was the second
Well,
question?
I'm just wondering, are there any others, like, that you could reach out to that might provide us with an expedited bid that may be interested? Because when I don't find it, okay, I tried my 3, I'm done, this is what you get. Is it possible to go back and say, with an expedited bid process? I mean, you can let me know if that's not feasible, but.
Yes, so the way that the public bidding process works is that this one bid is, we can't go out for bids again for this exact project. We would need to redo that process,
Okay.
which was the recommended path forward. Number 1 was rebidding it with that increased schedule to get, or to make it to where those additional drillers would be able to meet that construction schedule.
Okay.
And then there would also be that piece about having an alternate in that bid that lets the ones like Hydro Resources that have the drills available now to say, okay, what is your price if you can do it now? To kind of, to your point of, help me get a good price here. If this isn't, you know, or that timeline's just too long, here's a way that you can give me the price for a shorter time.
Is that typical, to reach out for and only get one?
For this.
For when you bid a project, is that typical?
I would say no, but again, the feedback we got was they just didn't have the drills available to meet that 90-day deadline that we gave them in terms of, you have 90 days to drill this as soon as we give you the contract. They just didn't have the drills available.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Council.
you know, look, we can't open up a park with mud. You know, there has to be softscape. You've got to have grass. You got to have plantings and materials and things like that. And if we're not in a point that we can water that in order to establish those items, then we would have to consider doing that from the town's water supply, the existing water supply. So, you know, we've got a couple of interesting but yet very difficult choices to look at. I think the ultimate plan is and will continue to be to water the park from a well. this well. The question then becomes, when can this well feasibly put in the most cost-effective way to accomplish that objective? And I think that, you know, the items that are on the table here are reflective of that, but yet I still sense, like Councilman Horn and Mayor McClure have stated, that we need to do some additional outreach so that our N of one isn't what we're making our decision on and spending our tax dollars on as well.
I have a question. Can we water this park without this well? Is there another source?
So that's something we looked at when we looked into separating the two construction schedules. So we were focused on the well side, and then our landscape architecture partners were looking into different temporary water sources for that irrigation water. So Joel, can you come explain a couple of the options that you've been looking through?
This way. First of all, hello again. I have probably come up and spoken to City Council once a year for the past 4 years. Some of y'all are new faces. Hello, I'm Joelle, landscape architect on the project along with Emily Drake. You may have also seen up here or seen at the park ground opening when we did that last December. So when it comes to how much irrigation is required at the park, already the park has been set up to be as efficient as possible. Any area that is not a sports field, which sports fields are going to need to be sod, is going with as low water use as possible. You've seen some of the different marketing and advertisements from the city, showing different types of low water use plants, and a lot of those are ones that we've recommended and that we are putting in the park to use as a palette for residents. However, there are still those areas that are sod, and sod uses the highest amount of water of any plant that we could pick. And so with that, we're currently looking at needing 600,000 gallons a week of water. And that is during the highest summer months when we are going to need the most amount of water. And so that's going to be watering for several hours every single day, which I understand is not palatable when it comes to the restrictions that the citizens of Heath are currently on. What we would recommend is we'd still set up our irrigation system coming from the pond. So if you are not aware of how our irrigation system is set up and how we've been working through this the past several years, this pond, the giant hole that's right over here, will doubly function as an aesthetic point of view, an entrance to Heath. It also acts as a detention-retention pond, so it captures the storm water that falls in the park. It captures the water that's used at the splash pad. It sends it to the pond, and we irrigate from the pond to try and make sure that we're capturing and using as much of our natural resources as possible. There still needs to be an addition to that, and so we would need city potable water supply for that if the irrigation water supply isn't available from the well.
Charlie, talk a little bit about the timing of the plantings. As I understand, the current schedule on the table is to have plantings start in October at this point. Is that right? Yes, sir. Yeah. So talk a little bit about that, and then explain how long it takes to establish that in. I heard you say earlier we would need 600,000 gallons a week through the hottest part of the summer. So I'm hearing from you that that means establishing that landscaping in your mind doesn't occur until the end of 2026.
Yeah, so that will definitely depend on if we are able to start establishing plants in October. The goal is to set it up as early as possible in this year to get those main plants established. There are several different types of plants. Some plants do better when they're placed in the ground during winter. Some plants are placed better during the ground in summer. But if we hit late fall, knowing Texas, similar, it's a gamble, but sometimes it can be very still hot in October. And so there can still be a chance for many plants to take root and start to irrigate, and so they're ready when they go dormant in winter, they'll still pop back out in spring. The other option is you plant the plants that are able to survive a winter establishment period. Those are going to require less water because it's through the winter, and then we come back in the spring, and in the spring we plant plants that are going to need the more sun. And so that'll start, we'll hit some spring rain if it's anything like this year, and then through the hottest amounts of summer, we're going to need to supplement that with irrigation.
So even if we planted, or you planted in October, our water use is down precipitously in October. We go from close to 6 million gallons a day to 2 million gallons a day. And our take or pay is 6 million gallons a day. So that leaves us a net 4 million gallons a day, which they don't require. They're requiring 600,000 gallons a week in the peak time to water in the sod and the planting materials, right? Am I getting that correctly?
Yes, that is correct.
Right, okay.
So you're not in the danger zone.
Yeah, exactly right. So establishing the softscape, both from a sod perspective, which is the water hog, and I got a question on that, and then also the planting materials is doable from a supply perspective due to our decreasing usage as a city if we had to go that route, okay? Now on the water hog, on the Bermuda grass that you've selected.
Yes.
Have you selected a low water Bermuda or a standard Bermuda? And have you looked at low water Bermuda, and what would that mean to the overall project?
Yes, so Bermuda grass, and I'm going to show off this because I had to take a Latin class at A&M. So Cactodilon, dactylion is the Latin name. So
Gesundheit.
yeah, I just had to get my money's worth there, so we're good. That covered it. And so that's the main cultivar, that's the main species for Bermuda grass. And so then there are different cultivars that scientists, mainly in Texas, have worked on to have lower water use. And so there is a version, a cultivar called Tiff Tuff, and there's a new cultivar called Celebration. And so those are more expensive than typical Bermuda sod, and our original efforts last year to get the park at the original probable cost level, we made sure we went with the standard. That was a savings increase. Celebration is the newest cultivar that's out of Houston, and we've heard incredible things about it, but I will say no one on our landscape team has officially put it in anywhere. So I can't reasonably stand before council and say that I personally recommend it. We have just heard great things from horticulturists about it. When it comes to Tiff Tuff, that is something that we standardly use in very high-end projects. Overall, in the long term, once established, Tiff Tuff has about a 20% water savings when it comes to irrigation of how much it needs. But it still requires the same amount of water when establishing in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, very good. Any other questions on irrigation?
No, sir.
Okay.
Maybe one. So what about a buffalo grass, another native around here that's
Yeah.
creeps into my backyard from native areas? It grows really fast, so it needs to be mowed more often, I'm sure, to look more groomed. Was that the perspective of staying with the Bermuda?
First off, I say I love native grasses, native plantings, and I could stand up here and talk all day about the importance of using native grasses in Texas. And on the edges of our site and a good majority of our site here at the park, we're going to be planting native grasses. And those native grasses are really going to require almost no water. If you've walked out there this summer when all the irrigation's been turned off, you'll see native grasses just popping up randomly in places. This is where they're meant to be. As for sports fields, it's really generally not recommended to use that, mostly due to the different types of root systems.
Very good. All right, thank you, ma'am.
Mayor, could I, just a little bit more clarification, just because they're about to make a big decision on this here in a little bit. And so, as it relates to the sod in the park, if you're able to plant in October, are you saying it can be established before the next hot season?
Yeah, I'm,
Take your time. Because as you imagine, that's an important piece, right?
right.
They're talking about how to use potable water system to irrigate this if they were to rebid this, and it goes beyond 2026, the end of 2026, to get the potable water from, the water well up and running. And so if it be the case that it's not established by next summer, they need to know that they'll be using 600,000 gallons a week to potable water irrigation to establish the sod and the play fields and that sort of thing.
I would feel comfortable saying that before next summer, the sod would be established. And whether, even if that is planting the sod in early spring of next year.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you for that clarity. Council, any further questions for Kimley Horns Engineering team?
Yes, sir.
Councilman Oakley?
Back to recommendation 1, what is the thinking behind decoupling the drilling from the electrical? It seemed like you'd have a better price if they did both components, even if they had a more relaxed schedule with the electrical.
The main reason behind that is so that we're not in the same position we are now, where we can't award just the drilling to Hydro Resources. As far as needing it in the price, it'll still be the same price whether we made it an alternate or whether we made it part of the base bid.
So once we bid this project, like we did that bid, that we can't rebid that exact same thing again for how long?
We can rebid the exact same thing.
But with a relaxed schedule?
Correct. We can do that. Again, the only benefit is this way it just gives the city more flexibility to be able to.
But we'd need to put out another electrical bid?
Correct, yes.
Yes, you have to do the whole process again.
Well, okay, all right, hang on, just real quick. So as I understand it, you guys chime in if I'm wrong. If we were to rebid, we could structure the bid, have a base bid for just the drilling on a relaxed schedule, and have an alternate that is for a constrained schedule or a more rapid, expedited schedule. In addition, we'd have alternates for the electrical components on that same bid package. If we get a good bid for the drilling of the well and nothing on the electrical, we could have you award the drilling of the well, proceed with the drilling of the well, and rebid the electrical by itself. Does that help?
That would be an advantage, yes.
Right.
Thank you.
Did I say anything incorrect there?
No, that's
okay.
correct. That's a good explanation, thank you.
And that's option 1, basically.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I just clarify, the benefit to doing that is that we get the drilling done before the park is finished.
Yes, with the expedited drilling schedule.
Gotcha.
And there's less
And then we-
disruption of the
yes.
park
Yeah.
with the electrical component if you've got the hole drilled and the casing in.
Yeah, so the risk you could run in structuring a bid that way is somebody comes back and they bid, and you get bids on just the relaxed schedule, and you get no bids on the compressed schedule, okay? But that could happen. When you set it up that way and you have a base bid and alternate bids, you could get just a base bid and no alternate bids, right? But in order to maximize flexibility with regards to what we can do with the bids that we get, in order to attract as many bidders as we can to make it as competitive as possible, that's why the suggestion is do a base bid on the drilling on a relaxed schedule, alternate under a compressed schedule, and then alternates for the electrical.
And just for clarity, when we say getting it done before the park opens, when's the park opening?
Begs the question.
December, right?
March.
Who knows that answer?
There's a number of people that know that answer in the audience. That's why nobody's saying anything.
So Mayor,
So-
right now,
so-
the estimated schedule is for the park to be completed, at least substantially, as I understand it,
So we're off schedule.
in March, yes, sir.
Okay. So we're talking about drilling a well, getting all this stuff done, making sure that we get there before the park opens. And, oh, by the way, the park's not opening in December. So just want to make sure that we're clear on all the new elements of the conversation.
That's correct, Mayor.
So it's implied but not implicit, is your recommendation as an engineering firm that R1 is the recommendation?
Our understanding with that is we can't justify our first recommendation being to accept the bid we have on the table because we identified that the electrical cost was substantially inflated. So we just wanted to lay out, hey, the market conditions, the day that the project was bid, the price was inflated. We wanted to call that out and then give these additional paths forward as options for y'all to decide on.
And how long is the bid process?
So the bid process, will advertise for the bids and in the project schedule that Julio had pulled together, I believe he had 4 weeks, just about 4 weeks in there.
All right, so we got, council, so we have 90 days, right, to where you got 30 days to where it's gonna go back up to bid. How long does it take you to do the evaluation process and then the selection process, right?
Yeah, so what we have there is opening bids on that date, and then we would give you our recommendation before the next council award there is our commitment.
So just so everybody's
6
all on the
weeks.
same page, you're talking about 90 days away before really anything happens, and then it's, quite a long time to drill, and so,
90
so,
days.
so really, we're not going to be able to get a well operable prior to the park's completion. If the park's completion is December, for sure not, and also not possible by the end of Q1 in
So-
March.
Yes, so this schedule that we have up on the board is for that base bid. So that 8 months for mobilization and drilling is to get give all the well drillers and get more competition bidding on that timeline. We would also then have the accelerated schedule that could be determined. We could
Right,
have
for
it-
possibilities, but I'm just making sure that it's very clear, it's gotta be intimately clear to this council when they're making this decision on what they're making a decision on.
Yes.
Right,
Yes.
so the park, although some of us, luckily I've been out to the park and done some walkthroughs with Helen Wilkinson, so I was aware of numerous delays. And then obviously the spring rains have gone into the summer rains of the most unique summer I've seen in quite some time. So those things have created additional issues, and then we've also hit some water lines and had some unique opportunities there, which we're not gonna cover tonight. But there's a lot more to dialogue around how that happens. So as I look at this, I go, well, we're really not talking about opening this park until the summer of next year. I mean, cause I've sat here, on the dais and heard best case scenario so many times that I mean.
Well, and so if it opens summer of next year, then we're gonna be at 1 full year without a well if we go with recommendation.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
I got one quick question on this R2. Go to R2, page 79. Why is it you got well number 1 mobilization drilling 8 months, well number 2 mobilization drilling 4 months, and the same thing on number 3?
Cause that's their elongated schedules.
Because the equipment's already here.
Yeah, so the 8 months
Yeah, you're
is,
talking about one
So
for
what you're
mobile.
saying is that may take them a while before they can start.
correct.
Okay.
Again, the main reason there was only one bidder this time around.
Okay.
it seems like we're trading time for money, and so you can't really.
Right, and I just want us to all be very familiar with what the decision is that we're making.
Right.
And we can't make this decision without juxtaposing the water well bridge plan and how much we've been able to advance with contracting and other opportunities for other water that we might get.
If I may add on that, I've been sitting here listening, being quiet. So, you know, what we have in front of us is a construction project, right? And so what I can't wrap my head around is not understanding the cost of the ownership, right? Because you're virtually getting in the groundwater production business, right? But it starts off with this message that, oh, the park's got to have water. Well, I'm not totally sold that the park has to have this for the water. You know, I would want to look more into the data of understanding that we're going to bite this off, add it to our system, and get in the groundwater production business without understanding the cost of that ownership. So I wasn't a huge fan of the park because it starts off with, you know, we want a park and it's a construction project. But no one takes into consideration the long-term cost of our citizens. And great leadership can't just vote on a construction project and bypass and not have a full understanding of the long-term cost. We talked about Encore raising rates. Well, what's the electric bill on these pumps? You know, what's the noise level? You know, you gonna play pickleball listening to the hum of a 400 horsepower? It's like, I'm like, guys, you gotta step back before you go forward. And because it's being led with the park. And I'm like, no, those are two separate things, right? And are you 100% sure, like I've said twice already, that you have to have a well for this? And so in my opinion, until you understand the cost of the ownership, you shouldn't be making a decision on a construction project. And that's just my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Councilman.
Can I elaborate on that point? Originally, we were gonna do a well that was just for irrigation for this park. Then it switched over to water bridge plan, which created water for the citizens. So to your point, it's not just about the park.
Agreed.
It is about water for the citizens. But to Councilman Owenby's point, we have created some other options for water since this whole water bridge plan has begun. And so, absolutely, Councilman Mormon, we need to look at what is the purpose of this well when we make this decision. And do we need it immediately?
Well, the good news from this bid perspective is that we don't have to make this decision today, nor do I think that we're equipped to make this decision today. This bid is good through
October 23rd. August.
Yeah, August 23.
right? But in order to adhere to this schedule, and again, to agree with Councilman Mormon, we should not make a decision based on a schedule. It should be the right total picture for the cost of ownership here. And not only the water treatment, but the expected maintenance of, you know, this particular well on an ongoing basis as well. So I say, I mean, you're not asking for a vote, but my opinion is that we should consider tabling this and have maybe a deeper discussion with regards to the utility or the need for this well to perform the services of not only watering this park, but also giving ourselves the time to make the best decision possible with the, you know, with the money that the citizens have paid and will continue to pay for these types of projects.
Fair enough. I'm not sure that tabling, you know, as you well know,
Yeah.
I'm here to get things done
Yeah.
as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
And if we do shift our focus, because I do agree with Councilman Mormon and Councilman Horn, that yes, I mean, in fact, I was in the park board meeting probably 30 days after being elected as mayor and hearing people talk about we're gonna drill a well for irrigation And then we started a lot of different dialogues about, hey, we have some water concerns that we need to really deep dive, and we need to not be hasty with that decision.
Right.
And that's how potable wells, and thanks to the hard work of our staff and engineers at the time, and got into the potable well discussion and how that could bridge the gap for what we needed. Because we were obviously in a time in which, you know, we were in lawsuits with North Texas Municipal Water
Right.
District and all the different things that came with that,
Right.
right? So if we're going to shift the conversation away from the park, which I do appreciate, then I would say, then I would have to ask the council, does that not make it more of a priority to get this well up and running than what we're actually talking about today with the park?
To me, I've always seen it as a test well, and we won't know how future production will work if we don't do one test well first. And as much as I hate kicking this can, because that's what it seems like we're doing if we don't make a decision tonight, we're still well within that August 23rd to accept that bid. If we could get some more information for our next meeting, I think that I could live
What's the
with
more
that.
information that we're looking for?
Some of the ongoing costs.
The
that
maintenance
Warren was
costs of
talking
the
about.
well? Mr. Creed, could you speak to that?
I couldn't tell you electricity cost. What I would say is, my first thought when you say that is, this well's probably not gonna run but a few times a week to fill the pond, and even less than that to provide potable water for the city. To Councilman Dotson's point, we buy a certain amount of water whether we use it or not, and the wells that supplement our purchased water. So if we're nowhere near our purchased water take.
Well, but hold on, I want to be really clear, because we're about to go down a whole nother path.
Okay.
During the summer, we have residents that are hyper-managed, okay?
They are.
On, hey, we're in conservation mode, and all of us that water our lawn, we're thinking, holy cow, if I water off schedule, I'm gonna get a letter from the city. So, you know, when we do that, we do need to think in terms of, what are the residents wanting? The residents are wanting to not be hyper-policed, right? And they do want access to more water. And we're seeing that, not only in behavior, online, social media, comments at the grocery store. So when we do get to the summertime, and I would specifically say next summer, having an additional 1 million gallons a day that's available, whether we're gonna pull it or not, are two totally different things, but availability is really where we, within the city, we manage the residents' consumption through conservation. So I just want to be very clear, no,
Yes, sir.
the residents do want to see that 1 million gallons a day reprieve, so then that way they're not under a concern of stage 2 or stage 3 every June, every July, every August.
Yes.
And next summer, it's going to be the same thing.
So then
And we've
that's
had an extremely wet year right
Yeah.
now.
They want the blue signs to go down.
Yes.
Sure.
Which is a,
So
Not
again,
under
all
our
I'm doing
ability.
is I'm hearing everybody, and again, I want a lot of clarity in this decision, whether we table it or we make a decision tonight. To your point, if we're talking about the water well, and the reason we're even having a conversation about potable wells is because that is what the citizens want. It's the number one thing that every single citizen talks about, is they want more water. And we're doing that very, very proactively with the conversation with RCH, with the negotiation that we've been doing with Rockwall. All great progress. You got a water well concern that you've got to get figured out. And if we continue to table it, we continue to kick the can, I'm fine. I will support this council, but I would say, guys, we're under a timeline, and we need to be thinking about not only the park, but next summer.
Well, this becomes, I think it was said earlier, Mr. Mayor, about a time versus money, right?
Yeah.
And the money isn't cash out of pocket today,
Correct.
although the bond is, it's paid down over a period of time,
Correct.
which, when you add interest, makes it even greater than the, incremental amount that we're talking about here with this particular well.
Right.
So then, the overall bonded portion of, let's call it $2 million in, overage. Who knows, 1.62.
Sure.
It's similar, probably close to one of those. It's really that piece over the duration of the bond that we're looking at versus having water in mid-2026 versus towards the end of 2027. So
Mr. Mayor, I got
is,
one more
you know, is that amount amortized over the term of the bond worth that additional cost to speed up the schedule to get something definitive by next July?
And I would also say.
That's the piece, in my mind.
Completely agreed. I will also say that return on investment, although, to Mr. Creed's point, is right now you're on take or pay, and if you're not using a specific amount of money or a specific amount of gallonage, then you're not even using the potable wells. However, at a later date, right, you're talking about amortization.
Yeah.
At a later date, the cost of that water in comparison to what you're spending in North Texas Municipal Water District is astronomically lower.
Yeah.
Because you are now, to Councilman Mormon's point, you're now in the groundwater business.
Yeah.
And you're not paying a premium.
That's right, if you can decrease your take or pay.
That's right.
And because you own the asset in the
So if
state
you look
of
at the
Texas.
amortization schedule and you
Yeah.
actually start breaking down return on investment, it's a great exercise.
Right.
So.
And that was my point earlier, was
hold on,
time
hold on.
versus, yeah, sure.
Hold on,
One more
Councilman-
thing,
Councilman
I'm
Meyer.
100% on board because the citizens have spoken up, we need more water, they want more water. But what would y'all's estimate be, now this is a little bit off the subject, if we just had a well for the park, like it was originally planned, and we put this other well in, that way we wouldn't be on this accelerated schedule. For as the big well, we put a smaller well in just to water the park.
Well, I don't know that you guys want to speak to that specifically. Ultimately, you're talking
And like I
about.
told you, I'm a little bit off, I'm just curious what that original, if anybody knew what the original well price was, that was just gonna be non-potable water to water the park.
$1 million delta was some of the original conversations on the record, but I don't know specifically that anybody ever.
A million,
Right,
between
so if
one
you're
and
gonna
two
drill it the right way.
Right, I'm just curious.
That was one of the pathways we looked down, was reverting back to making water well number one irrigation only. But because the water bridge plan has those 6 water wells in it.
Right.
It made sense to, if you're gonna drill, to make it potable. That way you kill 2 birds with one stone.
Yeah, we didn't spend a lot of time on going back to that. I mean, we've heard it loud and clear from council that we want 6 potable water wells. So we stuck with, what can we do with the million-gallon-a-day water well?
Well, Mr. Mayor, from my perspective, you know, we've got 3 plans here, right? Because the probability of us bundling wells 2 through 6 and any one group taking those on is pretty low. So we've got an immediate need and a desire to try to action well number 1. And then you've got 2 different well packages to put together. It's 2, 3, 4 bundled together in a group, and 5 and 6 at some, later time, right?
Right.
So, I mean, that's how I see it, and then that also allows us to engage in what Councilman Myers talked about with regards to actioning on additional water supply from more traditional sources around the area, whether it be North Texas or RCH or anything else.
To me, I look at this and I say R1 makes sense, R3 is really hard to stomach. I think sending a message back to the bidder that, hey, obviously you overshot the bow, totally understand. I think it's the closest thing you can get and still being extremely responsible, but that's my opinion.
Mr. Mayor, to me, it's the time delta. You're talking having a well now versus having a well at the end of 2027. That's what we're looking at here. When I hear Ms. Sanders speak, and I can tell you I looked at a couple people in the audience who winced when she said how much water we would need to water the grass. If we get to next summer and we are having to continue to water this grass, and we tell the citizens of Heath they can only water 2 days, but oh, sorry, we built a park and we have to water it every day, and we decided not to do this well on this timeline, I think we're gonna have a problem, because like the mayor said, and like many of us experienced during this, talking to the citizens during the election, they were very clear. We want water, we'll pay for it. So I just, to me, it's the time delta in between. You're talking this year versus a year and a half from now is the best we can do.
One year delta, right? July 26 versus July 27.
And that 1 year is still a potential of being
In the
8.6
summer.
anyway.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, that's what it looks like.
I do have one more question for the engineers. So if we went with R1 and we did rebid this, what's our expectation with a number of bidders? Are we gonna end up with one again, or do you think all four will bid? Did they give you any inclination of what they would do if we rebid this?
We're expecting at least 2 bidders to bid with that schedule, with the potential of a 3rd bidder.
Is that from the 4 people?
Yes.
Too soon?
So an additional bid and potentially a 3rd bid.
Yes.
Any other questions for the committee? Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We didn't roast you too bad. Just a lot of deliberating.
I was expecting more.
Trying to be sweet. I've seen you up there taking the hot poker.
Thank you.
He didn't freeze, he stood there strong. Just real quiet. Very good. All right, first off, let me say thank you to everybody that's here. I know that, you know, going through this deliberation is it's painful. There's been so many moving elements in this, and this is so important to all the residents, so we take it very seriously on what we're trying to accomplish. So, council, are there any other discussion items before we open the floor to entertain a motion?
I'm sorry, just a point of clarification. I'm looking at the rebid. It says final completion June of 2027. Am I reading that correctly? You said a year. That's longer than that. I just want to make sure I understand it fully.
It's a year longer.
Definitely was a year longer.
It's an additional.
Oh, an additional
It's an
year compared to
additional-
what it was going to be.
Yeah,
Okay. All right.
there's July of 20, according to this, on the recommended pass forward, R1 is July of 2027.
Gotcha.
R3, which is just accepting this bid, is July of 2026.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure. So
And I
we've got a
don't-
year or 2
And
years.
I don't remember the timeline, and obviously, I'm not trying to really sway one way or another, I'm trying to keep it very lively here. But I would definitely pull up the perspective of when there was another council sitting here, prior to the election, so maybe it was 6 months ago. Remember, this water well has increased in $1 million over 6 months.
Yeah.
So I want us to be very pragmatic, because I will tell you, at the time, I was like, we don't need to do that, that's crazy. Like, there's gotta be a better price point, right? Okay, and then so we go through all of this process and all of this time, and then now we're sitting here. Now, I'm not saying that whenever we go for more bids, that I would expect these numbers, especially if we're getting economy of scale, because those of you that have heard me speak, I've said from day one, you should get great economy of scale whenever you package it up. But again, I want us to be very cognizant of, don't put on rose-colored glasses. I sure know I did. And then now I have to sit here tonight and look at this new number. So,
Can I just get clarity on my one question?
Please.
Can we water the park without this well? Like, what is the cost to the citizens of not having the well, but having the park? It sounds like it's 600,000 gallons per week that the park will require.
During peak time, that's what I heard.
To establish the
to
landscape.
establish it.
Just to get it established.
And maybe it would be established by next summer?
Well, that's what Jolie was talking about.
And so by next summer, it won't be 600,000 gallons per week? And
That's what I heard, is that we would anticipate if we could plant in October, that by next hot time during next summer, August, let's say, we would not need to put 600,000 gallons a week on the grass.
Establishment for sod, there's also establishment for the new trees, there's 700
Right.
new trees going in.
Okay.
That'll take longer.
And so, but not the 600,000 gallons.
I can tell you exactly how many gallons the trees will take.
595.
The trees will take 4,000 gallons a week at the highest summer rate.
So not, so predominantly the watering that has.
That's not a rounding error for the amount of water that we
Sure.
get.
Right. Yeah.
Unfortunately, I can't do that. Thank you. I would love to. I'd love to make it open, but it's not a public hearing. Okay, very good. Any other questions, council? Discussion?
Was your answer a question?
I'm not sure.
I didn't get the answer.
The answer is yes. right?
Uh-huh.
That's,
Okay.
The answer is yes,
Sorry.
it can be established without, well,
Okay.
right? And at what cost? We don't
Yeah.
know, we don't know what
Exactly.
what God's gonna give us in rain.
I don't
If
think,
it were
in-
this year, it'd be perfectly
yeah.
fine.
Perfect.
I don't think in perpetuity, I think for a period of time,
Sure.
but not forever. That's the way I'm at least thinking about it.
Right.
So as we've talked about this at the staff level, the way we've looked at irrigating the park, and we understand we gotta establish it, so let's put that aside for a minute, is it gets irrigated from the pond, right? And so in order to continue that pond being full, we'd fill that pond back up. You know, ideally, you'd fill the pond back up on the 2 days you're out of the water and use as much water, but then the rest of the week, you're just watering out of the pond. Trying to adhere to the conservation schedule as much as we could, or can. But that would be the idea of how we would water the park.
Yeah.
Still through the pond, but we'd have to fill it through the potable water system until the well came online and started providing water from the well.
Okay.
Depending on rain,
Right.
Of course,
Depending
yeah,
on rain.
yes, sir,
depending on drainage,
yes, sir.
okay?
What zone are we in here?
So there are a lot of ifs on that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. Well, when I hear that on the electrical side, Mr. Mayor, that portion is somewhere between 25 and 50% hot compared to what it should be, and the materiality of what that represents, that's somewhere close to $2 million on this piece.
So I think, council, one thing that we all have to, think about is let's put the park aside. Let's think about a water well, right? Let's think about, many of you just ran campaigns, you've talked to a lot of residents. I know Councilman Dodson, Councilman Mormon, and myself did a year prior. And what's the number one concern? Number one concern is water. I think we can all agree upon that, hands down.
You bet.
So when we start talking about the water well, we need to think in timing, right? We know the bridge plan is to bring on water wells. We do know that we are going to be receiving more water from Rockwall due to some amazing negotiations and some beautiful things moving forward, right? And then we also know that there's a great opportunity with RCH. We're doing a water feasibility study there. We're waiting on that information to come back any day now. I'm looking forward to that. Nudge, nudge, hint, hint. Love to see that on an agenda item. And so we know that we're 2,500 feet away from that take point. And so it's a great opportunity. So we are moving in the right direction. The one thing that we are not getting there fast enough is these wells. It has been overly complicated and very slow. So I just want, as we take this decision, we need to think about that. Because if you do bring on 1 million gallons by next summer a day, that's a large sum of water that does give a massive reprieve. So you gotta ask yourself, what do the residents want, And we know that the return on investment's gonna be there on well water. You're doing the amortization schedules and you start looking at your rate of expense per 1,000 gallons that you're paying to North Texas Municipal Water District with an add-on to the expense to Rockwall. So you're paying 2 people for your water versus you're gonna be pulling it out of the ground. So, all right, with that, I believe we've deliberated it to death. So, the chair will open the floor to entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion.
All right, we have a motion.
Got to set it up first.
Here we go.
Considering that moving from recommendation 1 to recommendation 3 would cost us about a year, and the potential to get one and maybe two additional bids that would drive that competitiveness. And then considering that, really, we rebid that well one, we still may be at that 8.6 million anyway. Couple that with the fact that the costs have increased on this well number one by $1 million, you just stated earlier. I would make a motion that we award the water well number one to Hydro Resources. And I would appreciate a second for consideration for discussion.
All right, motion on the floor to award the water well number one to Hydro Resources. Do we have a second? All right, I'll second it. Motion moves. Any discussion?
Yeah, can we? Yeah, thank you. I would like to say that the cost of producing your own water from the ground is a lot higher than other options. And I am totally not in favor of producing your own water from all the information that I have and I've done. I'm not in disagreement with the construction project and the price because it's very comparable to other things, but it just comes down to the cost of the water once you get it out and you try to resell it. So for me, I'm not in the groundwater business. I don't want to be in it, and I am just totally not for this.
Okay, very well. Any other discussion?
Mr. Mayor, could we get just a point of clarification on whether we're talking about the alternate bid or the base bid?
On the motion, it was my understanding that the motion is in recommendation as the base bid.
The base bid is 9.2, the alternate is 8.6.
Yes, the alternate.
Oh, the alternate for the 8.6, yes, the 7A. Very good. Thank you for the clarity on the motion. Motion moves. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All right, if I can get a show of hands on the nays. All right. It is, Norman, did you capture that?
I did.
Okay. All right, so the motion fails.
Mr. Mayor, just for kind of direction to staff, I take it from the discussion you'd want us to proceed post haste with getting another bid out on the street just as soon as possible, as recommendation number one suggested. Am I understanding that correctly?
Absolutely.
Okay,
It's your motion.
so at this time, the chair will
I'll
continue
make
to
that
have
motion
the
too.
floor to make a motion.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you. We also need you to reject the bid that's on the table.
Yep.
I make a motion that we reject the current bid on the table from Hydro Resources.
I'll second that motion.
Do you want to give secondary clarity to your motion as far as rejecting the bid and giving direction?
I would like.
Well, it's got to be the original motion.
Okay, all right. I recommend that we reject the current bid on the table from Hydro Resources and that we move forward in an expeditious manner on reissuing a bid for well number one for the drilling portion, separating the electrical portion to achieve the greatest number of bidders possible on both sets.
I think that's clear.
Yes.
Motion on the floor as stated. Again, this
I
is
will
the second
second
carry.
it,
Okay,
yes.
so, all right, very good. We have a second on the floor. So the motion moves. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Nay. All right, it passes. Good job, council. Very good. Moving into agenda item 5.c, discussion and action on a resolution amending the City of Heath's Board and Commissions policy. Ms. Norma?
As we started to review the boards and commission applicants, we were looking at the boards and commission policy, and we noticed that we do not have electing or appointing the vice chair and the chair language in that policy. So we are just adding, just to note that the vice chair and the chairman will be appointed by the board itself and not by council.
Very good. And that's basically, Mr. Alexander's. Now, so that is amending the policy. However, as stated, if there's an established ordinance that states otherwise, they would still follow those rules. So this is kind of a, if we all essentially agree that the boards can be self-governing, self-appointing on the leadership of those, and then also trying to make that something to where they're establishing that and doing that regularly has been a point that's been brought up by those boards. Are there any questions, council, on this topic? None at this time?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. At this time, the chair will open the floor to entertain a motion.
Motion to approve resolution number 250722B, amending the 2011 Board and Commission appointment policy.
Okay, motion made to approve resolution by Councilman Mormon. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by, I heard Councilman Horn. Okay, very well. All right.
I'm a little talker.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you, council. All right, moving into 5.d, this is discussion and update on Hubbard Drive project, Town Center Park, and the Water Bridge plan.
All right. Thank you again, Mayor and Council.
Could you add a couple projects to that also, Brian?
I could.
I feel like we covered some of this.
Yeah, I think we're gonna be a little redundant on some of the items that we've just discussed in this update, but I'll try to be as concise as possible. All right, so this is a project update for Hubbard Drive, the Water Bridge Plan in the Town Center Park. Obviously, the first one on the list there is the Hubbard Drive Improvement Project. The overview of it, the Hubbard Drive project is a multi-phase road rehabilitation project authorized by the City of Heath. It consists of a roadway expansion and infrastructure upgrade from 740 to Scenic Drive. It was to improve traffic flow and safety, upgrading drainage and utilities infrastructure, and key components of the project included widening Hubbard Drive to accommodate two-way traffic, installation of new stormwater drain system, upgrade to water and sewer lines, sidewalk, street lighting, landscaping improvements, and had coordination with utility providers for pole relocation and underground cable. And this was the phases for which this was put together. The first phase, which was these first three, essentially two phases, was completed by Heath Golf and Yacht LLC, and you see the phase one, which is Rush Creek to Michael on the Heath Golf and Yacht, and then the phase one for the city improvements was Scenic to Rush Creek. Is what that's. I don't think that's correct. No, that is correct. Is that correct, Mike? We actually have the design engineer here. If you guys have any questions for him, just by luck. And phase two of Heath Golf and Yachts improvements was Scenic, no, that's not right. Yeah, Scenic to Rush Creek. And I cannot read, Scenic to Scenic, which is a loop down there, was the final phase. A little bit of history. In November 2016, the proposed project was approved by the city. November 2017 to August 2022, during this time frame the project was designed, there were numerous design changes made to the plans. Project construction, phase one, the causeway construction was in December of 2022 to June of 2024. Phase two was Scenic Place to Scenic Drive, November of 23rd to May 2024. Phase three is Rush Creek to Michael Drive, was August 2024 to May of 2025, and Phase 4 is the project that we're about to begin. I believe design is complete. We've got a review, and we're getting ready to go out for bid for that one. And that is from Michael Drive all the way to 740. All right, next steps and key actions is to move forward with the bidding using existing resources. I think I have a slide that's a little different than the, we're not going to seek COs for that too.
No, so, yeah, the possibly issue certificates obligation, so we can move forward with this project now. We have the resources, those resources exist today through different pots of money. If council were to decide to issue a bond, for example, when we do the well number 1, we're gonna have to issue debt. And if you wanted to reimburse yourself for a portion of this road project, you could do that through the COs. That's the only reason that's mentioned there. So you'll have some flexibility in funding this if you so choose to go that route. You don't have to, but we just put it in there as an optionally later down the road. You know, when you issue COs, you can look 6 months back and reimburse yourself for cost using COs if you choose to do so, because it fits some other funding scenarios we're trying to accomplish at that time. So not anticipating it, just something, put in your mind is something you can do.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Phase 2, step 2 would, we could possibly begin construction in the final phase in October of 2025 if we can get the bid process run through. And then step 3 would, construction of the final phase would begin in October 25, and anticipated timeframe is 1 year, and would run until October of 2026. And TMP Engineering Group is currently requesting a change order to the design contract of $369,000. City staff is still reviewing the request, and that'll be brought to you in the near future.
Is that change? Oh, I'm sorry.
Gotcha.
The mayor hasn't asked for a question, so I apologize.
Okay. This was a breakdown of the funding that Mr. Alexander referred to that we actually have already in our reserves. And again, I think he's speaking to, you could reimburse some of that through bonding or CO in the future if you wish to. We have $4 million in roadway impact fees we can cover for that. Water impact fees is $1.93 million. And the developer fees is $0.9 million, with some remaining proceeds from a certificate of obligation from 2017 and 2019 of $2.16 million, gives us a total of $8.99. The estimated project cost is $7.7, and that's for that's for the phase 4 of the project. And that's it on Hubbard.
Councilman Johnson, you're right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For phase 4, how much disruption to the neighborhoods or businesses will phase 4 entail?
So, would you mind coming up here and speaking on that, sir? So this is Matt Atkins. He works for TMP Engineering. And, he can speak more to the design than I can.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Matt Atkins with Tignall & Perkins. Thank you for entertaining this. So to your question, Council Member, the disruption will be similar to what it has been. We're planning to take the road one way so that the construction can be built in one half, and then flip the traffic to the new construction, and then build the other half of the road. There will be a little bit of temporary pavement, much like if you've driven the pieces that have been under construction. There will be a little bit of temporary pavement that will be put out enough to keep at least one lane open throughout the duration of the traffic of the construction project.
So we're expecting this phase to take approximately how long again, Brian? Can you?
We have 1 year estimate.
About a year estimate, okay. But we will be able to get traffic to not only the neighborhoods, but to and from the businesses that are down there in that center as well, Pablo's and everybody else.
Yes, sir. So I believe the plan right now is to keep all the traffic southbound, so you would come in and then you would go out Rush Creek and a couple other turnouts that you could turn out and get back to 740 or through Scenic. And so all the businesses, all the homes would have access through the duration of the construction project.
So really, it'll be just like the last phase. It would just be a different lane that you're
Correct.
travel and safety tour route as well.
Yes, sir.
So on the engineering front, I'm always caught off guard when I drive down Hubbard today. Will that Evel Knievel ramp that I call it, will that remain in place? Is there, I mean, that is the most unbelievable thing that you come upon and you think that the world's dropping off sort of underneath, and maybe it's a great speed control when you're going up it because, you know, your front end gets, or your back end gets in front of your front end if you take it too quick. But I mean, what are the thoughts on that? That's kind of an unsightly design element.
So that's a temporary element until the new road gets built.
Yeah.
So the new road will tie on to where the existing or where the new concrete begins, and
Right.
it'll be at that same level. So
Gotcha.
the road will kind of go down through there. There was such a great change through there because now, currently the road had bar ditches on the sides of it.
Right.
And then we're taking it to curb and gutter and have all underground storm drain. So all the road will go down to match what has been placed.
Thank you for your
previously south.
explanation. I think you can only get 3 school buses jumped when you're going up that guy right now. So
It provides a
that's-
great ride for those kids.
Yeah, I'm certain that it does. That's really helpful. Brian, question for you as well. Given that this is one of the key ingress egress points to the city of Heath, is there any thought about doing any beautification, particularly on this last, 200 yards? Whether, I think we're kind of beyond being able to do something down the middle, but kind of on the sides or anything else, it would sure be nice to have something distinctively Heath as a part of that road as it sort of enters into this downtown area.
So it wasn't included in this design scope to
Yeah.
have any beautification, but we could certainly look into that and add it.
Right.
If that.
Well, one thing that is included is the trail
Right.
connectivity. So,
Right.
Trail and sidewalks.
yeah.
So it'd sure be nice, I mean, again, you envision kind of forward, about a town center overlay, being here. And not only to have trail, but trees and just something to make it a bit more distinctive than road, curb and gutter, and a 10-foot trail. I mean, the trail's great, but it's still kind of vanilla compared to the entrance to the city of Heath.
So we're looking at landscaping or lighting or.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. So, anyway, that's a council and a P and Z decision, but it would just seem that all of our major points of entry to the city of Heath should have something unique about their appeal. And it seems like we've got a great opportunity with this road here being one of those pieces that, we might be able to do something with. Not to mention the people that come in to port their boats at Rusk Creek and, everywhere else. It's just kind of a nice, attractive thing to have. Anyway,
I'd like-
just one person's thought.
Yeah, I would just like to concur with what Scott Dodson just mentioned about making it a unique, real interest point of our city. It's an opportunity to help create the character, as it is one of the biggest features, recreational features of our city. I wouldn't want to miss an opportunity to capitalize on that. I think it should be a high priority.
Understood. Thank you, sir, for your response. That was very helpful.
Yes, sir.
Just one comment. Are there any challenges to accelerating the timeline? I know it was mentioned in here that it could be accelerated. I can tell you, second only to water, roads were the biggest concern of our constituents. So, we want to do it right, but make sure that we are moving that along as much as we can.
So I know there's been internal discussions with staff. I'm thinking we've probably had them with our design engineers as well, and Mike can speak to this. And I have a feeling that what he's gonna say. Go ahead. The originals was all done by hand pours, and I think we're gonna require a laydown machine to have this occur a little bit faster.
Yes, that is correct. If you notice in the last projects, how it was always done in small sections, that is just what you could work by hand. We're requiring to have a laydown machine to go, if you can pour 500 yards a day, 800 yards a day, you'll go a lot faster. And one of the requirements to be able to bid and do the work will be down, laid down machine with a plaster on the concrete.
I believe that that'll speed up the timeline.
Tremendously.
At the estimate here is 1 year. I'd like to put on rose-colored glasses at some point tonight, so maybe you can like that would look.
According to which contractor gets the bids and how they work with you. I mean, that's what it's all about, is just what contractor, qualified contractor can
Okay.
get her.
Are we putting out that RFP internally,
No, sir, or not. That's part of the
part of the engineering?
team piece.
Okay.
Yes. For example, Mayor, when you did the causeway on one side with the hand pourers, due to the small location, no turnaround on causeway, to do 500 foot, possibly 500 foot, would take 9 pours
Right.
on 9 different days, added time. I mean,
So,
yes, sir.
okay, very good.
Thanks, Mike.
Any other questions?
No, thank you.
Councilman Horn. Thank you, Mr. Short. Councilman Oakley.
Yeah, just the elevation, the ramp that Dodson was talking about, is that all due to drainage? Is it due to the fact that we've got stormwater underneath the ground now, underneath the road?
It's
or-
elevated because you have bar ditches. So
Yes.
like the road goes down
Yeah.
into those bar ditches. I'll let him answer.
Yeah, so at the area that you're talking about, it's a transition between new pavement and existing old pavement. A new design and an old design. So there will be a significant elevation change, and we had to make that transition in the shortest way that we could safely, where not too many kids got thrown in the school buses. But it is because the new part has the drainage underneath, and the old part has the drainage running in the ditches.
Right, so it's the drainage is the primary driver for that
Yes.
elevation change. Thank you.
Any other questions?
No.
Good? Good. Thank you. Any other discussion items on Hubbard Drive project, Council? All right, at this time, we'll move into the bridge plan.
So update on the city Heath Bridge plan, which we have not talked about at all tonight. So, most of you guys have already seen all this, but, obviously, this is the current conditions. The city of Rockwall supplies the city of Heath through the pump station located on I-30. We're currently, this should probably be updated, I believe we're operating from an MOU that you guys have passed.
Yeah, have we seen that, new
Yes, sir.
amounts coming to us?
Oh, yes, sir. I mean, we are operating under the new MOU of 6.5 million gallons a
We
day.
are.
Yes.
Very good.
As everybody recalls, that is in a test period right now through that.
Very much.
Yep.
You want to announce that, Mayor?
I'm just making sure that everything's green lighted. There's
Yeah.
been so many. 2 days.
Yeah. And you may recall, Mr. Creed will be getting with, if he hasn't already done so, with Rockwall to start work on the restrictor valve.
I have. They've put me in touch with, their response was, when you get the design, send it over and we'll approve it. So, I actually got a little more help from Amy, and she put me in touch with the folks that she wanted to approve the design, and they sent over some specifications for me to begin that this morning.
Okay, very good. And just for clarity for those in the audience, those that are watching at home, obviously, many residents know that we have been diligently working through, there was a long-standing litigation between the city of Heath and the city of Rockwall, and encompassing Rockwall and Forney, and ultimately disagreement in our tree mitigation ordinance that affected the North Texas Municipal Water District. Obviously, we did a stop work order back on a contractor. They placed claim on that with North Texas Municipal Water District. Long story short, we went to court. We didn't have standing. We took it to appeals court. Okay, so just a little bit of a backstory. So we've been working through that with a lot of negotiations, and even past mayor, and new council. new council here, new council in Rockwall. We are very proud to say that we've come to a negotiation. We are under a memorandum of understanding, an MOU, to where we're going to be receiving an additional 500,000 gallons now that we're under this MOU. And then there's obligations on our part to drop the appeal.
Per day.
Yeah, so 500,000 gallons, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Per day. And then in July 1st of next year. Again, these are all test phases, so this is not an announcement, so everybody just go kicks up your irrigation.
Thank you, Mayor.
But 500,000 gallons a day, if you think about it in terms of a month, that's a lot of water. And then in July 1 of next year, assuming that the testing, there are no issues or concerns, we also will receive another 500,000 gallons a day next summer, July 1st, so it's a big deal. And then once RCH pulls off that take point is over next to Shenanigans. Once they pull off, which they believe roughly is about 18 months away, we'll receive another 500,000 gallons a day. So a lot of negotiations, a lot of great conversations, very appreciative of the two mayors, so Mayor McCallum and Mayor Johannesson, for all the hard work that they've done and putting up with me, calling them once a week, and thanks to North Texas Municipal Water District and even to Forney. I think their staff and everybody has worked very diligently through some very, very, very complicated conversations over, 14, 16 months, however long it's been. Feels like a lifetime. So we're very excited to see this happening because that's going to be a reprieve for the city of Heath for an additional 1.5 million gallons a day coming online over the next 18 months. And then they've also committed an additional 1.5 million gallons over the next, I think it's 7 years in total, unless they have more reprieve and they can accelerate that and feel comfortable. Now, there are some stipulations. We'll be putting in some valve restrictors and some technical aspects, but we're also going to be getting into a relationship, which is very similar to an old relationship that we had with Rockwall, is where we're going to be doing a shared storage tank. So we're going to be bringing online a 3 million gallon storage tank, I believe that's the number, with Rockwall. We're going to do it at that take point. So a lot has been going on. This is the first time that we're able to actually have the conversation, I think, out loud, because it's just been a whole lot of conversations, a lot of negotiations, and a whole lot of people biting their fingernails trying to get through it. So thank you to this council, thank you to Rockwall, thank you to Forney, thank you to North Texas Municipal Water District, and thank you to staff for all of the hard work. Thank you to Mr. Creek, thank you to Mr. Alexander, Ms. Adele, Kevin Lasher. I mean, I can stand up here and just give praise because it's been a lot of people. Thanks to the chief. The chief was also part of these negotiations. He was our city manager for far too long, he said.
I think Chief got it across the line because he came to the table with a gun.
Chief did show up to a negotiation
He was
with a pistol, and I thought that was unique. But no, we're very excited. It is a big day to hear that's moved forward and that things are looking bright, and I'm very excited to see more of that coming forward, as well as I'm very excited to see more water wells coming online. But go ahead.
Great. Okay, this was the overview of the bridge plan, which you all seen. It's a potential increase of 4 to 6 million gallons per day. It assumes the wells deliver 400 to 700 gallons per minute each. Obviously, the first one was the Town Center Park well, which we've talked about extensively tonight, about the bids being open. What we just did, what we're doing moving forward is not in here, but we will be bringing those back to you. The second part of that is the 1.5 million elevated storage tank. We are dangerously close to bringing you that scope and getting that approved and getting that project design underway. And then the 3 million gallon ground storage tank. Actually, I got instructions today that we may be bundling both of those scopes and bringing those both to you and getting those both kicked off here in the near future.
Brian, if I'm not mistaken, that the additional storage will almost double our storage capacity as a city, correct?
Correct. It's 500,000 gallons short of doubling it. Yes,
Right.
sir.
So I just think it's important for everybody to understand that our water plan encompasses more than just supply, just getting more quantity of water. It's supply, it's storage, it's conservation, it's water loss. It's a lot of different elements that pull really this whole plan together, and you guys are really to be congratulated on that. This is great. We look forward to seeing this and making this a part of what our future water solution looks like in Heath.
Thank you, sir.
Agreed, thank you, Councilman.
Additional wells are wells 2 through 6. You've seen the preliminary sites we've identified, with number 2 at the north elevated, number 3 would be at the new elevated that we just referenced, that would be on Governors. Number 4 would be at the Heath Pump Station, and 5 and 6 would be located near Chris Cooney. This design is more complex out there, and we are working on a scope for this to be awarded as well. The other factor is, the other portion of this is the contracts for the purchase of water. We just talked about, we've been working with Rockwall to develop the wholesale water contract. We've made it to the MOU phase, which is where we'll start to develop the wholesale water contract from.
Which for clarity purposes, again, for those that are watching at home, those that are in the audience, your MOU is your memorandum of understanding to hey, because contract negotiations in a water supply agreement, there's all these details. So MOU gets us there, gets us a new relationship with Rockwall, gets the appeal dropped. And then now there's just the technical terms of getting that water supply agreement. But two, it's important because it's something that I've talked about a number of times, is that we haven't had a water supply agreement in place. And so we are now going to be in compliance with TCEQ, that's very important, and making sure that we do have that in place, and it is a contract, not a handshake, not an email. It is a contract, and then we will have timelines in which we'll come back and renegotiate some of those elements, but we will have that, and hopefully that's going to happen in short order, correct?
We are working on a draft contract now,
Very well.
and it will not be delivered to Rockwall until you've seen a copy of it.
Very well. Thank you.
Other aspects to the contract is the current ILA we have, which is interlocal agreement we have with RCH Water Supply for a feasibility study the mayor referenced earlier, that they're they're currently just looking to see how much they can give us now and how much they can give us in the future, or sell us for our future water needs.
And the one question that I have to this point is, have we started the conversation with the property owner?
Okay, yep, so I can't make my light work. You see where the line is that shows right there on that property that goes over to the green lines is where our existing transmission line is. So we would need to add that line with the light blue line to go to the green line. I wish my pointer would work. I would do that. Oh, here, I got a cursor. Okay, so this line here would be a transmission line we would have to build to try to add on to. This is terrible. From this pump station and this elevated storage tank you all see at the corner of Laughlin, that new 7-Eleven is kind of over here, the McDonald's, and we'd have to run a line from down this property line here. I have reached out to them. I have not heard back from them. It's owned by a developer out of Alberta, Canada.
Hey, Brian, should a agreement be able to be worked out with RCH, would we be able to mix RCH water with North Texas water with well water?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. And how much storage is?
RCH is North Texas Municipal Water District.
Gotcha.
Water, so
Yeah, it is.
So how much storage is available at that 205 location, or off 205?
So I don't know the exact size of this storage tank here, but if you're looking at right, like
Yep.
this is the elevated and this
Yep.
is the storage tank.
Yep.
It looks to me like it's only like a 50,000 gallon tank.
Gotcha.
And that is part of the study of what would we need to overcome to get into our system, and to take, if they decide it's, whatever the full amount they take is. So right now you can have 1.5 million gallons per day.
Right.
What does that look like on the drop storage area for the ground storage, and then the pump station that would be needed to push into and overcome our.
Gotcha, it's either
our
pressure
tank.
from an elevated or pump if it's lower.
Yes, sir.
Right.
That's right.
Okay.
And so that storage and that potential need to pump is included in the water?
That is part of the study because they will
Study
no
that.
longer need it.
Okay.
With their new design, their pump station's all the way on the other side coming from Tawakoni, so this would be the end of their system rather than the beginning. Right now, the water that they take comes in to Laughlin, and then they pump out into their system linearly, going back kind of east and some south. But with the way they're doing it, when they get on their new pump station, they'll be bringing water from completely the other direction. So it makes this pump station for them kind of useless.
So Brian, the feasibility study is expected?
So I
when?
spoke to the engineer today,
Yeah.
and he gave me a 30 to 45 days.
Okay. Thank you.
Brian, with you saying that, 30 to 45 days, remind me, because I keep forgetting the engineer that created this. We approved it, and they created this bridge plan. Remind me of the name of that firm? You remember?
You mean Grantham and Associates?
Grantham, okay. So with all of this new information that the mayor just shared with us, and you saying this in 45 days, is there a way that we can give this back to Grantham with the information to verify that all of this is needed?
Well, I don't think Grantham has concurred 4, 5, and 6. I think Grantham is focused on 1, 2, and 3, correct?
That is correct, sir.
So this is our internal strategy at this point.
Okay. Okay, I thought this plan came from the engineer's recommendation, but this is more internal. But to look at it from an engineering standpoint, doing water calculations and, once there's a lot happening with the water rate study and 45 days for this information. But I'm asking about taking another look at this now that I know that it came kind of internally, but having the engineer look at that and just verify that this is 100% accurate.
Yeah, so Councilman, it's important that we keep things in perspective, because one thing that we're talking about with Rockwell, we're talking about getting, 1.5 million gallons of new resources in 18 months, but in general, you're gonna get up to 9 million gallons over the next 7 years, right? So 9 million gallons.
Inclusive of the 6 we're
Right,
getting,
inclusive
right?
of the 6,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And then you're talking about something new coming online with RCH, which we don't know, is that 500,000 gallons, is it 1 million gallons, is it 7 million gallons? What we do know though, and one thing that I wanna caution everybody is that the relationship with RCH is exciting because they're gonna have access to a lot more water than what they have access today, right? Right now, they're operating with access to 2.1 million gallons, roughly. I believe that's the number, right? However, they're in precinct 3, so they're in the most undeveloped area that they provide water to. So they're going to be running this line from Tawakoni and bringing in what I believe I've been told is 11 million gallons a day.
I think they have the capacity to do that with
Right,
their
so-
pump station.
So on day one, they may now have this
Right.
vast amount of water resource, but not have customers to supply them to. So we're happy to come into the game and be a customer if North Texas Municipal Water District allows us to do so, because that is a pre-qualification. However, if we're working towards future build-out, because
Yeah.
we're all sitting on this dais today trying to solve the problems of today, but we're also trying to solve the problems of tomorrow. And future build-out, we're going to need, from what the engineers have stated, is 15 million gallons. So let's just keep everything into perspective, because what you're gonna see is you're gonna see, you may have all the water needs you ever needed for the next 10 years coming from this new take point, if this were even a possibility. But that's not a for forever state. They're gonna continue to be bringing on more homes. If you look at the pre-plats of McLean and Chisholm, and you look at the areas of Rockwell, you just stated, this property is owned by a developer. So essentially, that's gonna become a resource that's stretched. So that's why wells are to be that other supplemented item. So just so we're all on the same page.
To your point, Mr. Mayor, I mean, if we're at a little over 11,000 residents today, and that equates to approximately 4,100 homes. At build-out per the new comprehensive plan, or the update to the comprehensive plan, it puts us at about, call it 17,000 residents, or probably an additional 2,600 homes. And That doesn't happen tomorrow, because
Right.
we're only putting 50 homes on the ground per year, basically, right now.
70 to 100 is your overall average.
Right, so, we're talking 30, 40 years. To your point exactly, we're trying to solve for future state,
Right.
so that future councils don't have to come back.
And talk
And
about
exactly right, so that we can get on to road repair, infrastructure for, aging, infrastructure that we have and other things as well.
Right. But anyways, I just wanted to add to that, so I understand what your question was, I just want to make sure that we cover it.
Yeah, so we asked the Grantham to do this research, and the only point that I was trying to make is understanding the effects of these wells that are being, the ground storage tanks, and how that plays an effect, because when you talk about potential 15 million gallons a day, I'm assuming that's the peak hours or the peak days? That's not overall, but when you do the math on 6 wells, that's 2 billion gallons, and we roughly use 1 billion. And I'm just trying to make sense of the numbers, and if it makes sense, I can swallow it. But that's what I was saying, I'm not an engineer, and I just think it's wise to not overshoot. I understand there's a need for water and people want water, but also don't want to overshoot it and do something that other councils past us would question, why did we implement so much? And so it's just being wise and thoughtful. I know people that are in this water business, and a lot of decisions they make take 20 years to make those decisions. And I'm just saying, like, I don't want to take 2 months or 20 minutes, and you just got to be mindful. You got to consider all things. And so if it started with the engineer's recommendation, and then it kind of switched a little bit with staff, adding things, it's just like, I want to make sure that you don't start off, 1 inch in the beginning, because if you start off center 1 inch, you could end up, 10 miles off target, down the road. So, I know it's a lot, but it's just, doing your due diligence and taking your time and making for sure that you're making wise decisions.
Very good, thank you, Councilman. Moving on.
I concur, sir. All right. Obviously, this is water wells 1 through 4. We discussed where they're located at the Town Center Park. We had one bidder that was in evaluation. We put that to bed, and we know we're moving forward. Wells 2 through 4, we have our scope from Kimley Horn. We're gonna put that to review and bring that to you guys very soon, as for those wells. Wells 5 and 6, as we discussed, are a little more complex. There's no ground storage near them. There's no elevated storage near them. It's near where we're building restaurants and things like that. We have to have a way to blend the water, so we don't have any taste and odor concerns for what we're pumping into a retail district or an area where it would heavily be impacted by that.
But we're looking to treat those, right?
We would, yes.
Yeah.
So they are a little different because they don't have storage there, that we probably would have to construct something a little unique for both those 2 wells.
Kind of like RCH has over on 205.
There you go. Some sort of facility to be able to circulate that water
It's not
through.
putting a colony on Mars, it's just you have to put the
That's
infrastructure in
correct.
place in
That's
order to
correct.
be able to
Yep.
access that
Yep.
asset.
Yep, and some aesthetic things we probably would want to do to make that not impact that area, make it look too industrial when we've got a new fire station sitting there and in our retail district there in our park. All right, the RCH consideration, we talked about that. One of the things is the 24-inch water line that we do have from Rockwall to Heath is essentially our lifeline. If something were to happen to that thing and it was to go down, we don't have any water at all. RCH would provide some redundancy, depending on how far we brought the transmission line down along Laughlin. The thoughts are right now we bring it at least all the way down to Warren, and I think the main consideration we have on that is because of the type of pipe it is. There's a reinforced steel pipe or reinforced concrete pipe. Actually, it's concrete pipe with a steel liner, but it's concrete pipe. And it would be much easier to do a tap into a PVC line rather than break into that concrete pipe. So That would provide us with some redundancy if something happened here between Laughlin and Rockwall and that line went down. We do have an emergency connect, right? We have not even an emergency connection, a standard connection we have with RCH pump station. And then, of course, if we have any wells online, we would have the redundancy within our city limits to provide at least domestic service to everyone who needed it without interruption.
Brian, I think that's a terrific idea. I mean, you wouldn't run a business without a parallel path on manufacturing or anything else, and for one of our most vital resources to have some redundancy baked in, I think would make us unique compared to probably most cities in this region.
You'd be correct, sir.
Yeah.
This is a fail point for a lot of places. If their one pump station goes down, then that's it.
Careful, you're being strategic now.
All right, the 3 million gallon ground storage tank, which would be at our pump station. This would be a sister tank to the tank that already exists. The pump station was designed with this in mind, to have another 3 million, just like the one we already have on site. There's already piping and the stub out going to the location of the new tank. And if we get it passed, the planning and design phase would start now, essentially, and end in a couple of months. Then the permitting phase would be 9 to 12 of 2025. Then we would bid it and secure those bids and award those bids between December and March. And the construction phase would be from March until April of 2027.
And how would the sharing of that asset work between
This
us
one
and
is not the
Rockwall?
shared tank. This is ours only. This is on our side of the pump station. So I wish I had an aerial map.
Yeah.
Our pump stations are next to each other with
Gotcha.
a little tiny road that goes right between them. It's right behind
Right.
Shenanigans, if y'all ever want to go out there. You
Right.
can see Rockwall. Rockwall has a couple of tanks back there, and we have one.
Right.
The shared tank will be on Rockwall's side. They have a very small area over there. I think they're still vetting on what they want to do. I've heard they were going to build a 3 million, then 2.5, and I think that now they've even talked about tearing down the small 1 million they have, building a 5,
Right.
but we would only share 1.5 of a 3 million gallon portion.
But still, I mean, Brian, from your earlier comment, between this 3 million, the 1.5 million in the air, and whatever the share take is from the shared project with Rockwall, more than doubles our storage capacity.
That would, yeah. At that point, if we got half of 3 million, whatever
Yeah.
size tank they build, that would increase. We'd have 6 on our side of ground storage, 1.5 on their side of ground storage.
Right.
And then we'd have 3.5 in the air here.
Right, that's terrific, because I think comments in the past have been made, I think rightfully so, that you can't store your way out of a water crisis, but as a component of a comprehensive plan, it's essential.
You could save your bacon for a night or two.
Yeah, well, yeah.
All right, here's the 1.5 elevated storage tank. This is on Governor's. If y'all get a chance to drive around there, there's actually a sign on the lot. There actually has been a sign on the lot for a long time. It actually fell down, rotted and fell off. We put it back up. And that is the location. It was the intended location. It was part of the intended location when the development was put in for us to put this in. This is part of our existing water plan to build this tower. So I guess technically it's moved. It is part of the bridge plan because we moved it up, but it was always intended to be built for Heath as well as the ground storage tank at the pump station. And it had the layout there of where we think we can go with it. This is the scope that we've already vetted and should be coming to you guys pretty quickly. If we can get the design by 11/25, permitting phase 11 to 1/26, bid and procurement phase 1/26 to 4/26, with a construction phase of about a year from May to May. And I would note these tanks, especially like this one, needs to be built before the well, no matter what. We wouldn't want a well down there before the elevated storage tank is built. I can't do anything with it if I can't blend the water. Yeah.
Brian, will you be able to estimate the maintenance costs, as Councilman Moorman had mentioned earlier, on some of these storage projects.
We can get you data on that.
Right. I just don't know how big that bread box is, right? And if it's a rounding error, then no, but if it's material, then, you know, I think that we should consider that as a part of sort of the operating metrics with these things.
Yeah, I can't speak to the numbers off the top of my head. I can tell you that, you know, this is a landmark style tank, and so the stem doesn't require a whole lot. There would be some, after a number of years, there would be some aesthetics that you'd want to address.
Yeah.
And that can be somewhat costly. Nowhere near, you know, building a new tank or anything like that would cost. But I've been doing this 29 years, and we've probably repainted 3 tanks my whole
Gotcha.
career.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Alexander, if we could get a quick and easy maintenance fee schedule.
Absolutely.
So it's broken
Yeah.
out
Yeah.
into
Can do that.
annualized per well.
Yeah.
What are we talking? Are we talking material numbers or material? Right. And if we can look at a fee schedule, then we can put that to bed.
Mr. Mayor, would you also consider like what it would cost for treatment for each one of those wells, or estimated?
That'd be my, yeah.
Yeah, gotcha.
The maintenance, treatment,
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
keeping it online.
certainly, we can work on the ongoing operational costs of the wells as well as a maintenance package on those. Of course, information on maintaining these types of water tanks is out there all over the place. And so we can pull that together for you and give you a sense of how often you have to repaint tanks or go inside and refurbish the tanks and how much that typically costs.
Right.
So we can certainly put that together.
Thank you, sir.
And then also, can we get the park maintenance budget, something, so we can see that number? Councilman Mormon's asked for that at least a few times.
Yes, sir.
Over the course of being on the dais.
Thank you, Mayor.
I wouldn't say he has grave concern, but he has concern.
Understand.
So let's get some numbers.
Absolutely.
Whether that's in the budget workshops or it's, you know, in this review process, let's take a look at that, okay? Because I too share, and so did Councilman Dodson, you know, the park, all these things were ready to go, teed up. When we got in office, we wanted to figure out water, and we figured out, we still have to figure out a park.
Yeah.
Couldn't wheel that one back, so, all right. And it's gonna be a great park, and we're very excited about the park. It's gonna be beautiful. All right, moving on.
All right, well, water number 1 is obviously, water well number 1 is obviously still in the bid phase, that's correct.
Now back in the bid phase.
Back in the bid phase. We don't have a conceptual completion date. I guess we'll bring that back to you when we get the bids.
Okay.
I don't have the preliminary and design phase on everything else, so we don't have a conceptual completion date put together for that either.
I would like to get a backstop in place on 2, 3, and 4 on when we can expect those to come before us.
For the scope or the
Yeah,
design?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it would just be good to know for future planning purposes, because, you know, if it ain't written, it ain't real. So I'd like to sort of understand when that's gonna come before us, so that we and our citizens can get a good feel for what that next step in the process is.
Okay.
Okay?
A whole lot of TBD.
Yeah.
There it is. So part of the funding for the bridge plan had to do with debt issuance. And to speak to that, we have just the utility rate study is currently in review by staff. Consultant rate analysts are working through the various debt service scenarios to assess the impact on utility rates. Will Dan, who does our rate study, is scheduled to present the results of the rate study at the city's budget workshop on August 1st.
And when we say review, I mean, we have the rate study. We've had Wilden go back and work some different scenarios out based on different types of bond issue scenarios. And
Right.
so we have been working with them for the last few weeks on the work that they've done. And I think we're prepared to bring that to you on that August 1 date, talk about it.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you.
We've talked about this quite a bit.
Man, this just keeps coming up. This is just like a bad meeting tonight, isn't it?
Hey, for
Come
time.
on, let's
I understand.
We can
All
go-
right, and that was
we'll
it.
go on.
So, that was it on the water bridge plan update. Obviously, it mostly had to do with the well bid and a little bit of talking about the storage tank, so. If y'all would like to move on.
All right, yeah, let's move on into our town center park. please.
All right, Heath Town Center Park, which Joelle is here. So, if y'all have any questions about any specifics of the park, she's gonna be able to tell you plants and all kinds of things and go into that as much as y'all would like.
Yeah,
But,
council, I think for the sake of time, we'd really just give us a quick understanding of where we're at.
Okay.
I think tonight they learned, the
Let's
council
move.
learned that we're moving the
All right.
opening.
yep, so we'll go ahead and just go into, the mass grading is 75% complete, 60% of the paving's been done, 90% of the storm has been done. The irrigation and landscape is roughly is at 5%. We've installed some sleeves, so we wanted to include that. Approximately 30% of the electrical underground rough for lighting is complete, and all piers were completed on 7/17. So, those are some of the milestones we've already had. Some of the challenges we've had are the primary power redesign. Due to dry creek elevations, we're in conflict with existing power that was coming in for things out there that had to be changed and moved. We ran into an 8-inch Atmos gas line at Lawrence and FM 740 that turned into a redesign for our storm drain outlet coming out of our pond. That was a challenge. Pickleball court and shade structure redesign, which it was on your consent agenda tonight to move forward with the K Industries, and an 18-inch water line conflict at the ball field paving, which was not the 12-inch that's over here that's a conflict. It's the 18-inch that has been. We had to redesign the storm over here to get the conflict, get the storm away from it, and had to regrade that ditch because there's an 18-inch water line along that road by the school that leads back to the water tower. All those have been resolved. The remaining challenges is obviously the well decision. The dry pond excavation for future access for the drilling rig is still waiting because we can't do that until, and give the drilling rig access. The electrical yard location, although we're working pretty good on that. Soccer field 2 completion, irrigation mainline orientation, and landscaping at the soccer field, dry pond, and East Festival Street. Ball field electrical replacement, electrical yard relocation, and franchise utilities at street approach are still remaining.
The light pole at the ball field.
So the light pole is probably going to be done as a city-sponsored project. Not that we're going to take it down, but we'll have Musco or someone come in and remove that.
Okay.
All right, this was the schedule. So if y'all want me to go through every one of them, or you just want to see, I think the biggest date you're looking for then is the bottom date there is stage and park and central event lawn. Is not scheduled to be complete until 2/6/26.
How are we gonna do our Christmas park?
Mayor, that is something we need to work through for sure on how we handle Christmas
I
this
told
year.
Hill Wilkinson, they're just trying to be, conservative. They can make this happen.
We're gonna be doing all we can, Mayor, to move as quickly as we can. Sir?
That's just not an open meeting, I can't speak.
So Max Scott is,
Actually,
Max Scott is here.
If we could have Matt Scott
Absolutely.
come to the lectern to represent Hill Wilkinson,
That's
so the
right.
council can ask him any questions.
That's right.
I love it when he turns beet red, too. Like to put him on the spot. He's a great resident, great gentleman, He's working hard out there with his team.
That was the quick and dirty then, so.
All right, very good. Council, at this time, do you have any questions for staff on this? Obviously, there's a number of delays. We won't get into, all the delays, but you did point out some.
I did. And one thing I didn't mention is we found a 12-inch water line with a 12-inch bypass with a 3-inch Forney Lake line crossing it perpendicularly through the middle of our
Showpiece Pond.
Yeah, I'm still scratching my head on why that wasn't in archive plans.
It was not in our plan set.
And that's Kimberly Horn that, it doesn't matter. All right, very good. We'll, move on. Any other questions, Councilman? Okay. All right, if there are no further questions, then we will, we'll move on. Thank you, Mr. Creed. Thank you for the update. Look forward to, hopefully seeing that, that timeline can be done in December. Be great. All right, very good. At this time, we will move into agenda item, so we don't have any action on that. That's all just discussion.
Yes, sir.
Very good. All right. So at this time, we'll move into agenda item number 6. This is executive session in accordance with the Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Subchapter D. The City Council will recess in executive session. This is a closed meeting to discuss the following. 6.a, Section 551.071, consultation with the attorney on a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the governmental body under the Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with this chapter regarding wholesale water purchase contract between the City of Rockwell and City of Heath. 6.b, Section 551.071, consultation with the attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation or settlement offer regarding North Texas Municipal Water District versus the City of Heath, cause number 1220704. 6.c, Section 551.074, deliberation regarding the appointment, evaluation, reassignment duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee regarding appointments and reappointments to the Planning and Zoning Commission, HMBC, HEDC, Park Board, Board of Adjustments, Architectural Review Board, Take Area Appeal Panel, Special Events Board, and the Finance Board. At this time, at 9:16, we are now in an executive session. Thank you, guys.
It's time for dinner. What?
There's a snack box.
Hold on.
Do you want to do it?
No.
It's gotta come out of
I
executive
need
session.
I need to know that you know how the motion's gonna go.
Yes, I make a motion to, Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to appoint to the HMBC, HEDC committee, David Lane and Jeff Anderson, and then you just go down, and then I make a motion to reappoint to planning and zoning people that are on this list.
Okay, so you.
Is that correct?
Yeah, you're gonna go through and identify. The reason you gotta be that specific this go-round is because the park board is getting redone.
Yeah.
So are you ready to go through all of the different names of all the different boards?
I got them all, she wrote every one of them down for me.
It's very neat too.
I didn't write them. She left me specific instructions.
Good, as
You
normal
want
would,
to review it.
as normal would.
We're not saying path.
Yeah, we're not saying
We're not
path,
saying path or
because
Gillespie.
you have bad attitude.
Never heard that before.
Yeah, I think you have.
Especially not in table private night.
That's what Andy has said. He said, bad attitude, remember that? Okay, are we good?
I hope so.
All right, very good.
Here we go.
Giddy up.
You need to use the restroom first? Yeah, this is gonna be a long one.
All right, thank you, everyone. We will move into agenda item number 7, reconvene into open session. In accordance with Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, the City Council will reconvene into regular session to consider action, if any, on matters discussed in executive session at 10:55. Moving into agenda item number 8, these are additional items for consideration. 8.A, discussion and action regarding the appointments and reappointments to the Planning and Zoning Commission, HMBC, HEDC, Park Board, Board of Adjustment, Architectural Review Board, Take Area Appeal Panel, Special Events Board, and Finance Board. I believe we've had great discussion. I do want to say, for the record, I'm very proud of the citizens that have stepped up. It's my understanding that this was a record year for applicants trying to step up and wanting to volunteer in a big way, and you made our job very difficult to consider all of these boards and all of these seats and all of these applicants, but we're very appreciative that you want to join the charge to make this city great, and we're very proud of that. At this time, thank you, council, for all of the deliberation. I know it's hard decisions to go through, but at this time, the chair will open the floor to entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to make a motion.
Very well.
I make a motion to reappoint to Planning and Zoning James Tennell, Thomas Bishop, Mike Rask, Joe Ruskowitz, and Bob Shaw. To the Board of Adjustments, Eric Harless, Ira Berger, alternate, James Sachs, alternate. To the Architectural Review Board, Jason Thompson, Greg Ramey, Suzanne Howland, Thomas Smith, Douglas Hartman, Richard Anderson, Robert Farquharson. To the Take Area Appeal Panel, Joan Marshall, Karen Kopke, and Joshua Small. I would also like to make a motion to appoint to the HMBC HEDC Committee, David Lane, Jeff Anderson. To the Park Board, Justin Holland, Bill Bromley, David Vega, Ben Fields, Tom Hersig, Joe Rubertino. To the Board of Adjustments, Philip Hatfield, Jimmy Lipinski, Joshua Small, alternate. To the Take Area Appeal Panel, Lynn Tran, Bart Davenport. To Special Events, Sandra Owenby, Karen Myers. And to the Finance Board, Brian Berry, Justin Saunders, Don Burrows, Chris Shaw, Eric Stacy, Robert Swayze, and John Kenny.
Very well. Motion on the floor is stated. We did leave out a couple of those alternates, so all of those alternates are to stay in place. So the motion moves. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second by Councilman Ownby. Any further discussion? The Motion moves. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you, council. All right, at this time, we will adjourn at 10:58. Thank you, council.